Let's get this thing done, baby. Come on, finish this round Okay, I think he's on the green.
I wanted to make sure you were.
Do it.
Good evening. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis alongside meteorologist Sean Ash, keeping you updated on the severe storms that are now moving into central Indiana. There's a lot to talk about. Also, out of the corner of my eye and with Sean Ash's assistance, we're watching what's happening on WTHR because we do have the final round of the U.S. Open going on. And if tornado warnings come out, we've got to do a little dance here to make sure that we don't violate our viewers that are watching that want to know what's happening with the final round, but also keeping folks safe because of these tornado warnings that are happening. Now, let's do a couple of things here. First of all, there's a lot that's happening on radar. So for what I'm going to start with, I'm actually just going to start with the severe warnings that are in place currently because those severe warnings, mainly the areas that we're watching just to the west of Indianapolis here. And let me make sure that I show you that. Give me 1 second. Just going to make sure that we're looking at just the severe warnings right now. A couple of things you're going to see here. One, there's a huge severe thunderstorm warning that's in place, and it also has a little bit of a thicker outline to it. Notice that. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'll explain what that means in just a moment, but we're also tracking this right here. That is a tornado warning that has continued to push to the east over the last, I'd say, couple of hours or so when it was back into parts of central Illinois. We've been watching that one for quite a bit. Let me just step out of the way real quick. I just want to reset my computer here and just make sure that I have everything that I need here. Did have a little bit of an issue there. There's my hand tracking that I wanted to see. So there's the tornado warning that we're watching. Let me show you just the severe thunderstorms that we're tracking, and we'll get a little bit of information on all of these as well as what we're looking at for severe thunderstorms. So just to the south and west of Indy, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that has the considerable tagging, meaning winds could be over 70 miles per hour. West of that, there is now a tornado warning that's in place. We'll get you a little bit of information on that just to make sure you're aware of where this is and where it's headed. Right now, that tornado warning is for Clay, Sullivan, and Vigo County until 7:15 tonight. What is likely going to happen, because this has been a very potent storm that is holding together, is if it continues to the east over into Owen County, because that is officially a part of the WTHR viewing area, we'll have to do a little dance here on the stream and then go to WTHR to make sure we update them. The stream gives us a little bit more chance to kind of show you some of the things that are happening right now without having to interrupt programming. But of course, we are obligated if that moves into Owen County. Let me show you the circulation with this, because this has been a very potent storm that we've been watching. Still a very tight circulation right about there. It is going to likely continue moving east. I have a feeling just looking at this that they will likely continue that tornado warning into Owen County, out of Clay County. That would put it on track to move through Barrett Corner that you see there. Eventually it'll continue to the east. That's probably going to be very close to 231 at some point, but we've got a ways. We'll have to see how far out the National Weather Service does this. This is very close to Clay City. That's a pretty tight circulation that we're looking at currently. Again, it's still under the tornado warning, but one thing we are noticing is that this is not a confirmed tornado. So right now it is just radar indicated, but if you are looking for the circulation, it is right there. Unfortunately, it is just south and west of Clay City where we have the circulation. I'll get in a little bit closer. I'm waiting for the next scan to come in as well. Right now it appears to be just to the south here, south and west of Clay City. I'll get in a little bit closer even still, just so we can maybe put a few roads on. This is going to be Indiana 246. There's the new scan, and I'll move the map just a bit so we can see where the circulation is. Looks like it's staying to the south. If anything, it moved more east than anything else. It's about to cross Indiana 59, just south of Clay City, coming out of Clay City, and will continue moving to the east. Sean, if you have a movement on that for me, that'd be good to know here, the movement. This eventually is going to cross 157. Again, this is radar indicated tornado at the moment. Let me zoom out just a bit to get your bearings just a bit more. We're talking about the eastern part of Clay County right now, but it's getting very close to the Owen County line. And what we're really going to be waiting on here is to see, will the National Weather Service out of Indianapolis continue to push this warning
East at 30.
East at 30.
On
Thank
that
you very
tour
much.
warning.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a track on this. We're going to just slide the map just a bit so I have a bit more runway. And then I'm going to track this from right there where it is, right near Clay City, going east at about 30 miles per hour. I'll go almost due east. So I do want to get the tracking just right. So Beach Church, 9 minutes. Antioch Church, 17 minutes. Mount Calvary Church here, 22 minutes. Splinter Ridge School, 26 minutes. And Freedom there at 27 minutes. Again, this is the track of the center of circulation, but the rain itself may be, of course, pretty heavy even out ahead of that. In fact, let's just go ahead and put on the reflectivity. This is pretty well embedded within that heaviest rain. You can make out a little bit of the structure of the storm, but you can see also it's moving to the east at about 30, as Sean said. The whole cell itself appears to be moving to the north and east, but the circulation itself seems to be on much more of an eastern trajectory. Let's broaden the view just a bit and show you a couple of other things here. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning that is almost to Martinsville. That again has the considerable tagging. I'll put this on the screen just so you can see, and then we'll stop the radar just so that that doesn't flash on us for it. So a couple of things to note here with the severe thunderstorm warning. First of all, this is a very large severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Clay, Greene, Monroe, Park, Putnam, Sullivan, Vermilion, and Vigo counties. That's going to go until 7:15. They do have the tornado possible tagging here because we may see a couple of spin-ups within that. Also, the wind speed 70 miles per hour. That's why this is up to the considerable threat tagging. That's what the National Weather Service will do. The base threat is 60 miles per hour. The considerable threat is when it reaches 70 miles per hour. Hail size doesn't appear to be much of an issue, but certainly it is going to be something that we will keep our eye on. Let me see if I can get this button to work like it hasn't been doing all afternoon. Haven't been able to get that button to work. So let me see if I can do this. Let me just move my map yet again, and then I'll use the radar to change this over to what we're seeing right now with the velocity, because I want to see where that signature was. Again, looks like it may have weakened just a hair, but not by very much. Still a circulation, still a pretty broad area of circulation that is continuing to the east. Again, we're talking about just east of Clay City here. I'll get in just a little bit closer so we can see that. There's Freedom that I mentioned. It still has about 20, 25 minutes or so before it arrives there. And there's Barrett Corner. We're talking just to the south of Clay City. So this is in Clay County. Here would be the the county line over into Owen County. And as of yet, National Weather Service has not issued that tornado warning farther to the east. Sean?
And in my opinion, what we're seeing there, Rob, is now it's kind of morphed into what was once that long track supercell that produced some rather significant tornadoes again in Illinois, and it's morphed into what we call a mesoscale convective vortex. Basically, it's a broad rotating area of thunderstorms. I think in the next couple of hours, the best spin potential is going to be with that feature and the one that you were highlighting a little farther down toward Knox County. If you take that and just propagate it to the east, so then that would put it through Owen, maybe get into Morgan and Johnson and Monroe and Brown and Bartholomew. And if that sounds familiar, unfortunately, that's where we were tracking the other night. So this is a different setup than the other night, but there is spin potential. And then along that entire line, which is moving between about 40 and 45 east. So that
they have continued it into Owen.
Okay, so they've continued it into Owen, so that's now in the Channel 13 area.
Yeah, it looks like they've wrapped up the.
And they have, the coverage is over. We do have a winner, so we are going to have to.
Okay, so let's break coverage here.
here.
Again, stay with us on the stream here. We're going to take a quick little break so we can reset for on air.
Negative boxes. Yep.
Good evening. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis alongside meteorologist Sean Ash. I want to get you updated on a new tornado warning that's just been issued for Owen County. This is going to go until 7:15. This is a cell that has had a history of producing tornadoes when it was back into parts of Illinois. It is held together, and now we are watching this pretty intense cell move into parts of Owen County. It's just to the south and west. This was just near Clay City not too long ago. It's continuing to the east, and for our viewers that are also watching us, know that you do also have a very large severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in place. That means that you're likely going to see some pretty gusty winds. I'll show that to you without the radar behind it so you can get a little bit of a better idea here. A couple of things we're going to mention while we do have the tornado warning that we're going to be tracking, where that's headed. Severe thunderstorm warning all along this line, along with a tornado possible tagging to this warning. Briefly want to mention there is a flash flood warning farther to the south and east of Greensburg. There is a dam failure that is imminent there as well that the National Weather Service has issued this smaller flash flood warning. We're trying to get more information on that, and I'll try to make sure I get you updated on that as well. But let's talk about this tornado warning. Let's get you in close. First, I'm going to start with the radar. We're going to put that into motion just so you can see what we're tracking right now is a cell. There's a little bit of a spin here, but it's embedded within some pretty heavy rain. Now, this whole complex of thunderstorms has a bit of spin to it. So all along this, as it continues to push to the east, we're going to have to watch it. Now let's look at velocity. Let's look at the winds within this just so we can see where that center of circulation is. It's not as tight as it was when it was over into Illinois. However, there is enough of a circulation there, a broad circulation implied, that the National Weather Service has decided to continue with this tornado warning now as it crosses the Clay County, Owen County line and continues pushing to the east. This is moving to the east, still, Sean, at about 30 miles per hour.
35.
35 miles per hour now. This is likely going to pass just to the south of Patricksburg. There's Clay City that I mentioned a bit earlier. There's that rotation and continuing east. The new scan just coming through. Circulation still pretty broad, but the National Weather Service is not taking any chances given that, one, this cell has held together for quite a while, and two, conditions are ripe for these to spin up rather quickly. So let me do a couple of things here. First of all, I want to move the map just a bit, just so we can see exactly where this is and where it's headed. We're talking just south of Indiana 246, south of Patricksburg. Again, here's Clay City. This is in Owen County. So Spencer is over here to your east. Here's US 231. If there is a potential tornado, there's a bit of a spin here, but there's a little bit more of maybe a tighter bit of rotation back to the west, maybe just south of Clay City. although I have to think if there's going to be a tornado, it's probably going to be in this general area right along 246. I'll get in close first, and then we'll zoom out and we'll put a storm track on this so we can see where this is headed. I want you to get you a little bit of an idea here. This Beach Church Road, we talked about Beach Church a little bit earlier on our stream, and then getting any closer, I'm going to see if anything else pops up. Nope, nothing at the moment, so let me back out. Again, we're probably staying south or just along 246. Let me zoom out even more and we'll do a storm track here because it's going to get pretty close to Spencer, heading due east at about 35 miles per hour. So if that were to continue, now that this is crossing the county line right about now, actually, should be right on the county line at the moment. This is going to be at Antioch Church here within about 9 minutes. This is going to be near the Owen Valley Track and Field at 26 minutes. Spencer, you've got about 25 minutes, give or take a couple of minutes either side of that, 28 minutes for Spencer Elementary School. These are the areas, if that circulation holds together, that you should be seeking shelter. Make sure you're in your safe spot. As we always say, lowest level of your home. If you have a basement, that'd be great. Also, keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So an interior room, a bathroom, something with a lot of walls with no windows is where you need to be. Again, this is continuing generally east. Notice how the outline of the tornado warning has a little bit of a tilt maybe to the north on it. Again, this is going to go, I believe, until 7:15. Let me just put the warning back on there for you. Both the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning will go until 7:15. And it is quite a large severe thunderstorm warning as well. The outline of the severe thunderstorm warning goes almost to Martinsville, almost to Monrovia. Will likely continue to be pushed to the east as time goes on, just because there is quite a bit of a large complex with this. I'll put the reflectivity back on and in motion because I want you to see this complex of storms as it pushes east. You can make out a little bit of the rotation embedded within that. It's right there. That's where that rotation is, just to the west of Spencer. Along the rest of this line, we're going to have to watch it carefully to make sure there are no areas of additional rotation. Keep in mind, there are a couple of tornado warnings farther to the south. South here where it says Vigo. We had a couple of issues here earlier. One near Vincennes, but our biggest concern right now for the WTHR viewing area is this one cell in Owen County. Very quickly, and Sean, by the way, if you see anything else along that line, because I haven't spent a lot of time looking to the north there, if you see anything else that pops up, just
nothing right now. I will tell you, and as you've pointed out, east of Clay City now, before it gets to Spencer, there's going to be a whole lot of forest area in advance of it. I will say that. So the Owen Putnam State Forest, before it gets to Spencer, my opinion, to me, it looks like it's near a small town by the name of Denmark, and then it's going to get into quite a bit of forest area. That is a little bit of good news, but we want you, if you're in this path, it's crossing over 246, near 246 and Steubenville Road, on its way to Spencer. I did a track on this. I took it a little more northeast, so it's east-northeast. Just to get some ETAs there. Martinsville around 750. If it holds at 35, it may speed up a little bit. 824 for Franklin, again, if it holds up. And it has been at least showing a persistent rotation. We were worried about this coming into today, that we were probably going to have one or two storms that would show some persistent spin. The better chance of that with this setup is going to be along and especially south of the I-70 corridor here. I was looking at our debris signature, so we're not seeing, it still remains a radar indicated, radar rotation. Remember, we have different levels of tornado warnings. This is not to the level that we had the other night yet. Could it change? It could. We hope it doesn't. But one tool that we're going to be looking at is what we call the debris detector. And right now we're not seeing that. We definitely have rotation. Right now, compared to what it was a little bit ago, it is more of it's tight enough for a tornado warning. It certainly warrants a tornado warning. And if this particular radar signature continues, then we're going to get a downstream warning for northern Monroe, and we're going to get a warning for at least the central and southern half of Morgan County, and that would include Martinsville. So don't be shocked if we see that coming up here. Okay, north of that line, and this is what Rob was wanting me to look at. I don't see any spin in here at all. I'm not seeing. This is just wind. This is just a broad wind field. All right, so as we look downstream in the coming 1 to 2 or 3 hours, basically you take where that circulation is now and you draw it out in this area here. This is going to have the greatest spin potential, so we likely will get some additional tornado warnings as we move forward here, partner. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's still, yes, a tight circulation. Tight enough for a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning.
Looks like there was a report located northwest of the elementary school in Patricksburg of a funnel cloud.
Okay, and that would make sense based on where the rotation is. And actually, if you want to throw up your SRV on that and zoom in, I am starting to see
it's tightening up a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. So that's where the funnel cloud came in here. So this is the tornado warning. I'm going to come back to the severe thunderstorm warning in just a moment, but as Sean said, we are starting to see maybe this tighten up just a little bit. So let me go back to the velocities just to show you what Sean and I are looking at and where we might be seeing the velocity. Yeah, I see it right there. So let me get in a little closer because it is relatively small and weak at the moment, but we want to make sure that we're not actually, I think what may have happened here, Sean, is we may see the broader circulation tightening back up here now just to the south of Patricksburg. So that's what we're looking at. Right over Patricksburg, that's where we saw the funnel cloud or had the report of the funnel cloud near the elementary school. We're talking almost due south, just to the south of Indiana 246. I'm going to get in a little bit closer. Every now and then some of our smaller roads will begin to show up, and I want to make sure that there's nothing here that's going to show up. As Sean mentioned, this is going to be a somewhat forested area, correct, Sean, that we're looking at here?
Yeah, Owen Putnam Forest in advance of that, yes.
Unfortunately, as Sean also mentioned, this may head down a similar track to the path of the tornadoes that went through a little bit earlier. There is a campground here just east of Patricksburg that's showing up on my map without any other additional labels. I don't know exactly the name of that campground. We're going to continue to watch it. And then Ramona behind that. Spencer, it looks like it's going to stay maybe now to your north. However, as Sean and I have been noticing here, the circulation, and there's the new scan that just came in, maybe just south of Patricksburg, we're still seeing that circulation. This is why the tornado warning is in place. And as I broaden the view here, just to zoom out and show you where we're talking about, let me zoom out, not zoom in, show you what we're looking at. It's almost going to follow just south of 246. It'll stay south of 246, at least it appears right now. What you're seeing here, your eye may be drawn to this north of Patricksburg. That's where the radar is indicating there are some gusty winds, but what we as the meteorologists are looking at is that little couplet, that little tight circulation right there where the reds and greens are touching each other, because what it implies is that the kind of reddish pink colors are winds away from the radar. So all the winds are blowing like this here. Winds in the green color are blowing like this here. So that implies a bit of a circulation where those pixels are really close together.
Check your CC.
Okay, we're going to go to the debris detector here just to look at that real quick. Let me make sure I have that up here. Yep, we're going to go right there. Okay, unfortunately, that's a little concerning because what we're tracking here, what this is, we call it our debris detector, but the official name is the correlation coefficient. What we watch for this is most things in the atmosphere, raindrops, are about the same size, but occasionally the radar can pick up when things are very different sizes. Tree branches, things like that. And one of the things we noticed with the event that happened several days ago in the Morgan Monroe forest, unfortunately that CC just got even stronger there with the latest scan. I don't know if it updated on your computer, but it did. So unfortunately we do have what is appearing to be a debris signature here just to the south of Patricksburg. A couple of things are probably going to happen here. One, the National Weather Service, seeing this, is probably going to update this tornado warning.
They're on it too, yeah.
To an observed tornado warning. They're going to change the color of this because we now do have what appears to be debris showing up. But when we noticed on the Morgan and Monroe is when this does go through a forested area, because it's lofting a lot of the branches and tree pieces and things like that, the debris signature can actually be quite pronounced. Wouldn't you say, Sean, we had that same issue earlier? Yep, there's the polygon,
and
just
wait,
as we were saying.
Wait till you get the new one in. It may be even brighter here.
Okay.
So I'm looking, I mean, it's very possible that, you know, listen, in that area, and Patricksburg in relation is a very small community. So we don't know if it actually hit the town of Patricksburg. We do know that that TDS that you're looking at, and again, if you're not familiar with this is basically the radar telling us these are not raindrops. Could be trees, it could be parts of homes. I'm going to back the radar up just a little bit here.
And TDS, for those that don't know, Sean?
Yeah, tornado debris signature, okay? So it's possible this hit Patricksburg, very, very close. Either way, we know that this is now a radar-confirmed tornado that's going to be moving along 246. So I'm doing my best to kind of look at some features ahead of this. You know, again, there's a whole lot. If you live near Cottonwood Road, over you probably now, Cottonwood Road and 246, as it moves toward the east, toward Du Bois Road, there's a lot. So I do see some homes that are along 246 east of Patricksburg. Please get in your lowest level. As we know, this is now a radar-confirmed tornado. We don't know how long this is going to be on the ground, but we know that it's done some damage, unfortunately, here. And you know, as Rob was mentioning, now we're getting spotter confirmation too on this as well, Rob.
Okay, so a couple of things. It's all part of this complex that's moving through. We knew this complex was going to be arriving, and we're still seeing that. It's likely going to continue pushing east. I don't think we're going to see this change anytime soon, so expect that you're out ahead of this. Monroe County, eventually Brown County, maybe even into southern parts of Johnson County or Morgan County. This is one that we need to watch. In a little bit closer, there's the confirmed warning. Now, I'm going to eventually mention something about this confirmed tornado warning and how that's actually arrived at. I'll show it to you here in just a moment. I did want to mention that, surprisingly, a lot of the lightning is actually just to the south of that cell and not necessarily within where that little bit of circulation is located. They've now also extended the severe thunderstorm warning to include Martinsville all the way into Johnson County now. This is where we also have the tornado possible tagging within that, so we couldn't rule that out in any of those locations, but for now we're just concerned about the gusty winds that are moving through. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. The threat is considerable for this previous warning. That's going to go until 7:15, and there's the tornado warning. It now has the observed tagging. What that means is, and we updated this graphic slightly from what you may have seen when we were watching this unfold on Wednesday. Radar indicated that's the base part of the tornado warning, but when it goes to this observed category, that can happen one of two ways. Either the public, someone can visually see it, or you can get radar confirmed, and that's where we are right now. This is a radar detected, and it's been detected with debris. What we don't want to see is the tornado emergency. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. That's if you have a violent tornado that's on the ground. Let's hope we don't get there. We don't think we will, but this is what we're tracking. Let me stop the radar and go in close, and we're also going to look at the latest scan, maybe get another track on this as well. We want to get into the velocity very quickly here just to show you what we're looking at, and then I'm going to try to get you down to street level. I know there's not a lot in this area that Sean's been mentioning. It's a somewhat unpopulated area. Let me actually get my correct tool there, and then we'll get in a little bit closer. But we want to make sure that if there's any crossroads, like we saw with the Morgan-Monroe storm that came through on Wednesday, any of those landmarks can really help to get you an idea of where this is located. I am a little bit encouraged by the relatively weak couplet that we're seeing on our velocity, Sean. Doesn't look nearly as strong, but there's at least a bit of a signal there. It hasn't moved terribly fast. I still think it's moving east, northeast or so at about maybe 30, 35 miles per hour. There's the new scan that just came in. This is great news. There's still some pretty gusty winds out ahead of this. The circulation is not as well defined. It is certainly much more broad than it was, but the National Weather Service still has the tornado warning that's in place. It's right along 246, although it appeared that maybe just to the south of Patricksburg is where we were tracking that. Let me go back into the correlation coefficient just because that's where we were. Let me actually do it over here on the computer just to make that a little bit smoother, just to show you what we're looking at here. Again, we're talking just to the east or southeast now of Patricksburg. I'm going to show you our debris detector. And Sean, one of the things that was interesting to note when we had the Wednesday storms is anything that got picked up in the storm, it got lofted to the north into Johnson County. It looks like we might be seeing a little bit of that from whatever's lofted there continuing to push east. It may still be in the atmosphere as the whole storm is moving east.
Yeah, and that's a good point. The overall wind field with this particular setup is not as strong as what we had the other night. So,
and they've just continued the tornado warning east, which now includes, unfortunately, Gosport, Spencer, areas that got impacted.
Yeah, now it should be noted on that tornado warning, they're going radar indicated versus radar confirmed and or spotter confirmed. However, this storm could be doing something called a cycle right now, and if you're in that tornado warning, you need to be in your tornado safe spots, middle part of the home, lowest level, away from windows. That would include you folks in Gosport. Unfortunately, I know we're talking about this again. Spencer, notice this particular polygon's a little more northeast, okay? So, though you are not under a tornado warning in Martinsville, that could change if, keep in mind, this has been a persistently rotating area of thunderstorms that goes all the way back to Illinois here. And we still have a strong low-level wind field that's blowing into it. So we're going to be monitoring every single scan of this. Right now, the rotation is not extremely tight. However, Rob's probably noticing this too as we look at what's happening near Spencer, just outside of the polygon there. We may be, Rob, in my opinion, we might be starting to see a new circulation develop. So heads up there in Ellettsville. If you're in northern Monroe County, if you're, and boy, this is going to take it right through where we just had the tornado last week.
And we talked about this in our newscast as well as behind the scenes, just about people getting storm fatigue. I know severe weather fatigue is setting in. I know you don't want to see any more storms and you don't want to see us constantly interrupting for these tornado warnings, but you still have to take them very seriously. A couple things I want to note here as we come back to my screen. I want to show you that they've dropped the observed tornado warning. As Sean said, it's been switched to a radar indicated tornado warning. Still going to watch that continue east, northeast with a little bit of a northeast jog there. I know it does not include Martinsville just yet, but we're still tracking it. And I am going to show you that new circulation that may be developing a little farther to the south. So what we're really going to have to watch, and I said this earlier, is notice how there's a bit of almost a hook here to the signature. This is the overall complex of thunderstorms. It has a spin to it, and that's why it's able to use that bit of rotation, and we're seeing these tornado warnings. There's the tornado warning. We also have this, which is the severe thunderstorm warning that goes out ahead of that, which, by the way, also has some tornado possible tagging. It includes southwest suburbs, Martinsville, over into the western edge of Johnson County, all the way down to Jackson, Lawrence, Monroe, Morgan, and Owen County. And then, of course, there's the tornado warning, and this is just radar indicated. But treat that just as any other tornado warning, just as if it were observed, because we are seeing this cell tighten up. It's almost been very cyclical in its entire nature, and that's what it looks like on radar. I mentioned that I wanted to show you the velocity. So this is the tornado warning we're seeing right here that is continuing, includes Gosport. But Sean was also saying there may be a circulation just to the east of Spencer right here that's starting to show up that we're going to have to watch. It looks like it's just to the north of Ellettsville, between Ellettsville and Steinsville. I know the Weather Service is probably looking at that as well, because embedded within that overall larger complex, we're going to have many more of these bits of circulation. I'm just going to move the map. Yeah, we're also watching along this line as well. There's a lot of red and green down there. I know your eye is drawn to that, but the configuration isn't just quite what we would expect for the tornadic signature, although certainly something we'll have to keep our eye on. That's where we're going to be watching. Again, the circulation, if we were looking for a tornado within this cell, would be about right here. It's very weak. And then farther to the south and west, it appears there may be a circulation right here outside of this tornado warning. It is not tornado warned just yet. But Sean and I are both noticing that. I'm actually going to skip this graphic and go back to my main graphic here just to show you the larger scale. A couple of things to note. After the severe thunderstorm and tornado threat has continued to pass, National Weather Service continuously is issuing these flash flood warnings behind the system because of all the heavy rain that's been falling. In fact, the trailing end of this part of the storm is falling, more cells that are falling over the same location, producing more rain. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I want to bring it up one more time, and I'll see if I can alert maybe the assignment desk to try to get some more information to us. There is a flash flood warning right here, just to the south and east of Greensburg. The National Weather Service issued that because there is an imminent dam failure. From what we understand, that is a controlled failure. Was it not, Sean, that I believe I saw?
Affirmative, yes.
Yeah, so a controlled dam failure. I don't know the logistics of why that is happening, but they are suggesting that anyone in that area just southeast of Greensburg, and I'll get some more information on that in just a moment, when we're in a time frame when we don't have a tornado warning, that is a bit of a concern. And then we have an additional tornado warning farther to the south. So the only tornado warning officially in our viewing area is here just west of Martinsville, but does not include Martinsville. You can make out the spin. Let me actually set this into motion, because when I set this into motion, you'll be able to see the spin in the radar just outside of the tornado warning. This whole complex of thunderstorms actually has a bit of a curlicue to it, and that's what these storms are using at the surface. The wind field at the surface is also pretty strong.
Watch that spin near Ellettsville, partner.
Okay, I'm going to get in a little closer. I'll get to that, yeah, to that part of the spin here. Let me go through these graphics. I know it's in one of my frames I have in here. So tornado possible for the severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Martinsville, but the tornado warning is going to include Monroe, Morgan, and Owen until 7:45. Any of those areas west of Martinsville, those are the areas we want you to make sure that you are in your safe spot. So a couple of things that Sean was noticing. You said that north of Ellettsville. So this is the area we're talking about right here, just south and west of Steinsville. What we've seen with this cell is it has been holding together since it was in central southern Illinois. And we have seen it cycle many times. What happens is the circulation will tighten up, puts down a tornado, and it has done several times in Illinois and Indiana now, we think, put down multiple tornadoes. And then the circulation will be broad and a new circulation will start to tighten up elsewhere. Could that be what's happening here? We'll have to continue to watch it. It is certainly not as well defined a circulation as what the warning was a bit earlier. In fact, I'm going to back this up just so you can see where we are. I'm just going to step off camera. Let me wait for that new scan to come in. That looks a little bit better, but not great still. I'm going to back this up so you can see where the rotation was a little bit tighter when it was back to the west, and then where we had that tornado debris signature a little bit earlier. This is when it was near Patricksburg. So I want to show you what that looked like. There's when it was going right through Patricksburg. This is where we had the debris signature on radar from just south of where it says Patricksburg, right along 246. That has continued pushing to the east, now north of Spencer. But there's a little secondary circulation that we're going to have to keep watching that is very close to Steinsville and Ellettsville at the moment. It looks a little muddy at this point on radar. Lots of little circulations look like they may be trying to pop up. One here still just north of Ellettsville, but the overall larger cell is right here. It's much broader than it once was. Still, the tornado warning is out, and National Weather Service is smart to do that, because what we've seen when we've been watching this cycling is that it's been very quick to cycle. So the circulations have been popping up, and it does remind me a little bit of the Wednesday event, and that circulation tightened up quickly and a debris signature showed up very quickly, really almost within a scan or two of the radar. So I'm going to hold it right here for just a moment. Again, this is going to be just to the west of Gosport for the overall circulation. Secondary circulation, maybe just a little bit south there near Steinsville down to Ellettsville, and then continuing to the north and east. This does not include Martinsville in the tornado tornado warning. It is Gosport right now. The overall circulation is right over US 31, and I'll get in just a little bit closer just to try to give you an additional maybe road or two that we're looking at, and we'll also go down and look at that other circulation as well. So this is the area where we're talking about where Indiana 67 comes into US 231. This is going to be just north of Spencer. I'll get in even closer. There's Ramona showing up on the radar, on the map, and then even closer, I don't see any new roads that are showing up, so I'm going to back out just a bit, and then we're going to go to that other circulation because it appears like it might be getting just a little bit stronger here. Campground Loop A, this is Steinsville that we're looking at. There's a very weak circulation here. Again, Steinsville is technically in the tornado warning, and then Ellettsville, a little farther to the south, is what we're looking at there. It is showing up right at Indiana 46. This is the area. There may be an additional circulation trying to pop up here on the southern side of this overall cell. I'm going to back out just so I can get a better overall view of what we're looking at on radar. Yeah, Sean, I think you're right. I think the circulation may be moving a bit, and I wonder if the National Weather Service is going to start keying in on the southern side of where this tornado warning is located. If that's the case, they may reposition the polygon, and that's going to put it here over to the east. Unfortunately, in a very similar area that we were dealing with on Wednesday. I mean, we were talking about the northern part of Monroe County here, Sean.
Yeah, and look, I do want to put, so what you're looking at there, it's not the tightest circulation we have. It's still enough to keep that tornado warning going. I do want to show the radar and animate it. So now, because again, this is a little bit of a different situation. This is not a lone supercell. Now, farther southwest Indiana, that's a different ball game. But what this has morphed into now, this is just a big storm complex, which is good and bad. It's still going to have some rotation with it. It's bad because I believe we're going to have a whole lot of flooding issues as we move through the next few hours because we've got an atmosphere that is completely juiced up. So if you're watching from Indy and points to the north, I would think the spin potential is going to be minimized by the track of this. It's what we call a meso low. That meso low is going to go almost due east to maybe slightly northeast of east. Heavy rain, absolutely. We're going to get blasted in the metro area. Now, with that said, Martinsville, Franklin, farther downstream towards Shelbyville, Nashville, Bloomington, it could be a combination of severe wind gust or with, as we've been following here, the embedded rotation, okay? Now again, as I look at this radar presentation with Rob and we look at the tornado warning, let me clean this up, just show you where the tornado warning is, radar indicated. It does include Spencer, Gosport. You should be in your safe locations until we can give you the all clear. Until this warning, you should be prepared to get into your shelter, and you should be watching this storm with us. In Paragon, Martinsville, Morgantown, Franklin, northern part of Brown County, northern sections of Monroe County as well, until again we can give you the all clear on this. Now that's the tornado warning. We've got a whole bunch of area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning for good reason. Let me put some storm reports on here and let's take you back. You can see with that particular storm, we had a funnel cloud near Patricksburg, likely had some damage. Well, we know we had damage, we just don't know what it's hit just yet. Farther to the west, we had damage in Sullivan, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind. But again, you can basically take that severe thunderstorm warning and then propagate it toward the east, okay? So the farther north you are of that, the less chance you're going to have of warnings unless they're going to be the flood variety here as we go through the evening. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out, Rob. I do think there's still definitely some spin potential on the edge of this. And then the one, it's not in our viewing area right now, but it would probably have the strongest tornado potential with it. And so I want, if you're watching in Bedford and you're watching in Seymour, you should watch that circulation very, very closely. Let me circle it real quick here, right there. That's the strongest rotation that we have on radar, not in our viewing area, but we still technically, Rob, have this tornado warning at least until quarter hour, and they're starting to shrink up the polygon right now.
A couple of things I'm also noticing, Sean, and I'm going to get to that flash flood warning because we do have some information on that as well. Let me show you what we're looking at here. First of all, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. It's outside of the now relatively small tornado warning, which is right there. Getting in a little bit closer, you can see the circulation has broadened. This is a good sign that the storm may be weakening just a bit, but there's still a little bit of circulation here just to the south and east of Gosport, and that's what I'm most concerned about. Let me talk about this flash flood warning that we have that's southeast of Greensburg, and I know that seems odd because there's not rain there, but I want to read to you the information that we have received on this, so just bear with me. So this is the emergency management that reported that the floodgates on the Lake McCoy Dam were opened. That's causing flash flooding downstream. Now, this was a controlled breach of the Lake McCoy Dam, but if you are downstream of that area, that's where the emergency management said flash flooding is imminent at this point. It is observed at this point. So we're talking about Jordan Creek, Cobb's Fork, Sand Creek. Flood's going to move down Cobb's Fork beginning at Boulevard Road. It's going to cross Indiana Road 46 to the south. If you know anyone in that area, flash flood warning has been issued. And look, part of that may have been in preparation for this. Look to the west. Look at the heavy rain that's moving in. This eventually is going to put a lot of heavy rain. And if I move the map even more, everything behind this storm complex, flash flood warning, flash flood warning, flash flood warning, flash flood warning, because of how much rain has fallen. And as Sean has been mentioning, there's more tornado warnings that we're tracking farther to the west. Back to our tornado warning that we're still tracking, and again, we're going to hold with this. Just one thing to note, it has changed to a radar indicated tornado. Earlier in the night, we had several that were observed tornado warnings. Now, that can happen a couple of different ways. Either the public physically, visually confirms this and has eyes on it, or what earlier happened is we had a radar confirmation where the radar was detected with debris, and Sean showed you that debris signature a little bit earlier. That's just wanting you to know the difference in colors that we saw. Thankfully, things appear to be weakening a good bit now. Let's hope we do not get to the tornado emergency. These are exceedingly rare. This is when you have a violent tornado on the ground that's an imminent threat to the public, more specifically a town or a city. Thankfully, that is not the case of what we're watching. Larger picture, if you are north of this area where we have the tornado warning, if you're in Indianapolis right now, overall not looking bad, but the dynamics are still in place that any areas where we could get a little bit of spin up, we're going to have to watch very carefully. Most of that is focused around this little complex of thunderstorms that you see with a little curlicue shape. It's why we have the tornado warning, now a new tornado warning that is now in place.
Look at your rotation east of Ellettsville.
Let's go, and this might have been that new rotation that we were talking about that was redeveloping. So let me go to velocity and just show you this, and we'll get in a little bit closer. So there was the first circulation, and then appears there's a new circulation that's just to the east now of Interstate 69. I'm going to get in a little bit closer. Boy, Monroe County cannot catch a break.
It's going to go, it'll cross over the tornado track from the other night across the forest there.
Yeah, because that one was more west-east.
We should point out this is radar indicated, not a confirmation right now. So
one of the things we're looking at as you take a quick look at Interstate 69, this is going to be right at the State Road 39 shelter here. So what you're looking at is along Interstate 69, the rain coming down. A lot of this is embedded within the rain. You're not going to be able to see this. Just keep that in mind. The overall circulation here is very broad, but it may start to tighten up. And I'm actually going to leave it here for just a moment just to see if we do see any of that tightening of the circulation. And yes, we did. In fact, that looks a little bit stronger here in this latest scan. We're talking southwest of Fleener. Sean, do you have a direction on this and a speed that we're looking at here?
Stand by.
While we're doing that, I'm going to zoom out just a bit. And when I do so, I want to try to get a track on this so we can let folks
Northeast 35.
Northeast at 35. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to put a track on this going just from the center of that circulation. For now, I'm going to leave this tornado warning alone. We're just going to talk about this one. Center of circulation will be about right there, but I'm going to get out ahead of it. You said northeast at 35?
Affirmative.
So let's take this out northeast at 35 miles per hour. We're talking about Beech Grove Church here, 17 minutes. Midway Church, 20 minutes. Morgantown, 22 minutes. Now remember, The storm that went through Wednesday stayed south of the Morgan-Monroe line for the most part here, did not impact Morgantown. However, this one is having a little bit more of a northeast component to the direction. Bethlehem Church, you're looking at 26 minutes, Spearsville at 26 minutes, and Friendship Church at 29 minutes away. They're not moving certainly as quickly as what we saw earlier as well. The other thing I'm going to keep my eye on, and I'm sure Sean is probably already looking at it, but I'm going to pull it up here, is the debris signature.
You're going to see a little.
There's a couple of pixels there.
Yeah, I saw that. Just hang tight. Let's see what the new scan looks like, because that caught my attention initially. I don't know if it matches up exactly where it should.
And one of the things we look for here, obviously, is when this kind of sea of red changes to this bright yellow spot. And what's actually happening, and I'll remove this so you can see what this does. This is something called correlation coefficient. What it does is it actually sends the radar beam out in two directions. One is going this way, and one beam is going this way. And by comparing those two, you can tell the size and shape and even the tumble of things that are in the atmosphere. Most of the time when it's rain, things in the atmosphere are all about the similar size. It's why it shows up kind of in this red-pink scale here. All the raindrops are about the same size. But at a certain point, once it starts getting into these yellows and greens, it says, hang on, these things are very different. We saw that with the Morgan-Monroe State Forest tornado. It was lofting bits of trees into the air. The radar picked that up and said, hang on, we've got some debris that's showing up. I hope that's not what we're seeing here starting to show up. It's just a couple of pixels and it's very minor. I'm going to actually go back to the velocity just so I can get a better look at that exact location of where that is. And this is where we're looking. In fact, I'm going to get in pretty close just so we can talk about where that circulation is and kind of get ahead of this and show people where we're looking at the circulation. Because I think what we're looking at here, if I can get that, there we go. This is the area just right now. I think it's still just south of where the Wednesday tornado went through, but getting in a little bit closer, I think it's going to stay north of Benton. It may move very close to Fleener at this point. Again, also in an area where it's not heavily populated, but Anderson Road is right here. This is Old State Forest Road 37. We're very familiar with that from the other day where the tornado did go through just at the entrance to the Morgan-Monroe State Forest, a little farther to the north. I'm just going to take you there to show you because we were talking about this Mason Ridge camping area being hit. So this is the area where the previous tornado went through. We're talking right there. Now, farther to the south, this is what we're looking at. It is still a broad circulation, but what I'm looking at here is the circulation would be right about here. We're still not terribly close to the radar, so we may be up quite a bit in the atmosphere here. Unfortunately, there's the new scan that came in, and it does look a little bit tighter with the circulation. These aren't moving terribly quickly, so we're looking at Fleener here just to the south and west, and unfortunately, I do think it's going to go over Fleener or very close to Fleener. Let me get in just a little bit closer and see. This is going to be North Shore Drive, Anderson Road as it moves into Fleener, south of Fleener here to East North Shore Drive. And then let me actually move the map a little further to the north because that'll give folks out ahead of this a bit of an idea. And then Low Gap Road, North Low Gap Road. This is right in the area where we're looking at the circulation. Let me zoom out just a bit and we're going to go back to the debris detector just to see if anything is showing up. The one thing we noticed, and I mentioned this a bit earlier when we had the debris signature near Patricksburg, is that in an area where it's heavily forested, and Sean, you said you were reading some research about this, area that's heavily forested, that tends to show the debris very well, right? When it's lofting the branches and the leaves and things into the atmosphere. I don't see a lot showing up on the debris detector at the moment.
Not right now. So here's, if you want to pop up links too, so I've been trying to. Again, you mentioned Benton, and so I will tell you this circulation, by the way, is going to be north of Bloomington. However, the sirens in Bloomington are probably sounding. They were sounding actually earlier, and I think that might be a function of the county's under a tornado watch, and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. This circulation will stay to the north of you. It is, for the time being, a tight or a broad circulation. However, this thing could tighten up rather quickly if you were in this polygon, and unfortunately this is going to, for a lot of folks.
New tornado warning.
Okay.
Northwest of that circulation.
All right, so now we've got multiple tornado warnings. So let me put on, we're starting to see an uptick here. I mentioned if you were in Martinsville, this is radar indicated. That's going to go until 8 p.m. Again, so we have 2 areas of rotation now that have prompted tornado warnings. Both radar indicated. Northern Monroe, Northwest Brown, Southern Morgan, and then we have this one in Central Morgan County, and this is why they put the tornado warning. So that will be Paragon. If you're in Martinsville, go ahead and get in your safe spots there. This is going to come up very close, move along 39. And let me show you again the circulation. This is radar indicated rotation right there near Paragon. Not a surprise, and why we said if you're south of I-70, you need to watch all of these storms until we can give you the all clear here, okay? We're going to have to keep an eye out on the debris tracker, Rob. I'm not seeing anything at this point.
Ditto.
So at this time, let me do a couple of tracks here. Let's do one. We'll start with the northernmost. Most of these have been moving northeast between 30 and 35. Let me do a track on that circulation. I'm going to make it a little bit of a broader track. Yeah, hang with me. Let me take the radar out and clear this for a moment. Let me make it a shorter duration here. So if you're just hopping into 13, Rob Ellis, myself, with continuous coverage, as we've got, unfortunately, another situation here where we've got multiple tornado warnings. So I'm going to do a couple of different tracks, and then we'll try to get in here and give you some locations. Now, we don't know if this thing's going to hold together for the next half hour, but there you go. Martinsville, roughly about 15 minutes, give or take. Bluffs Creek, about 8:18, okay? That's with the northernmost tornado warning. Now we have another one as well. And unfortunately, this circulation is going to cross over parts of the long track tornado path from last Wednesday evening here. So I'm going to broaden this out a little bit in terms of the track. All right, so if it holds together, we don't know if it will. If it does, Morgantown, 753. These are ballpark. Edinburgh, 821. Flat Rock, 835. And if you're on Lake Lemon, this is going to come close to you. Of course, we know the Morgan Monroe Forest still heavily damaged from last week, but that's where this circulation is going to go, Rob, the way it looks now, partner.
Yeah, and it looks like it may be getting pretty close to crossing the previous tornado path.
Yes.
Within the next, I'd say, 10 or 15 minutes. They are moving much slower tonight than what they were on Wednesday. I believe Wednesday they were moving east at about 60 miles per hour.
You're right.
Tonight they're moving at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. This is the overall view of what we're looking at, and really the biggest concern is where there's that spin in this overall complex. That's why we have the 2 tornado warnings that are in place right now, one until 8 and one until 7:45. Just want to show you that this is just a continuation of a long list of tornado warnings that are right now moving into the state, over the state line, but our biggest concern are these 2. Here's what it looks like from the radar and lightning perspective. There is a bit of lightning, especially with the southern cell, and even with this, you can actually make out there is a bit of a hook here. It's overall a part of the complex of thunderstorms, but embedded within that, we've seen several more of these little circulations that have been popping up. There's also the severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses essentially all of this. They'll probably extend this to the east, so if you are in Greenwood, it may even include parts of Marion County at some point. It's going to go all the way over to 65. They'll probably put the tornado possible wording with a severe thunderstorm warning. They're also starting to trim back these tornado warnings, and you can make out the 2 circulations. There's one, there's a couplet, and then there's another one right here. So let's dive in, get in real close, because I want to show you what we're looking at on the kind of street level so we can get in closer, because the farther north we go, likely the more populated areas that this is going to be moving towards. So this is just to the north and west of Paragon currently. That's where the circulation is. This is going to be, let me get in just a little bit closer, likely staying west of Martinsville at the moment. Brown's Crossing there. Here's Indiana 67. Circulation still looking on the weaker side. But given the atmosphere, the National Weather Service isn't taking any chances because these have been spinning up pretty quickly. So I'll get in just a little bit closer and see if there's any additional roads that show up. This is going to be east of Baseline Road. So I think if you're on Baseline Road, you're okay. It is going to be just north of Paragon, likely leaving Paragon at the moment, and likely will stay north of 67 as well, at least in the short term. In the long term, we'll have to see how far north that goes. Farther to the south and west, where we have the additional tornado warning with the other circulation, the circulation here is much stronger, but it's also on the broader side. So we're talking about right over Fleener, and it hasn't moved very much. Again, these are moving at a much slower pace than what we were dealing with middle of last week. So this is now south of the Mason Ridge camping area. Remember, we were so concerned about that on Wednesday. All of the campsites that were there in the northern part of Monroe County, about to cross into Brown County at this point. Let me actually zoom out just a bit again because I want to make sure I have my bearings straight as to where we are. Yes, getting into Brown County now because here's Bean Blossom and there's Indiana State Road 45. Probably staying north of 45. It does have a bit of a northern component to the movement here. We'll eventually probably move north of Bean Blossom. Again, this is also in an area that is mostly unpopulated, but certainly a concern. And I'm going to go back and actually look at the debris again just to see if anything's popping up. I'm sure Sean's also keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, this is going to go, that circulation in that particular tornado warning is going to, you mentioned Bean Blossom, going to come close, but likely may stay just to the north. So that's going to put it, may take it along Railroad Road. And then I'm looking for some communities here. There's Fruitdale. There's Lake LaSalle, there's Autumn Lake. This is where, and again, this is radar indicated rotation that you're looking at there. And if some of these towns sound familiar, like Fleener and Morgantown, we mentioned them.
And unfortunately, Sean,
week.
if you go a little further south from there, there may be an additional circulation that's trying to pop up, maybe a little bit south of Nashville.
You are correct, partner. So yeah, so here's, I think what we should need to do, let's take the top-down approach here. So this is what we have. Now we're starting to get a bowing feature, so that alone can cause severe wind gust, and we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. But as Rob's pointing out, and if you're in Columbus, you're not under any type of warning right now. I believe that's going to change here shortly. And if you're in Edinburgh and Franklin, that's probably going to change because as this feature does something called bowing, that means it's being pushed by some strong wind behind it, and that can at times get transferred to the ground. But this is what Rob was talking about. This is going to be in central Brown County, so this is going to be at the state park here, so not far from Nashville. So it's conceivable if this thing continues to tighten up a bit that we could get some more tornado warnings farther downstream from where we have them right now. And that's why we said, this sounds familiar too, Beck's Grove. Near Columbus. So this may approach I-65. I did my best to get a camera in Martinsville, kind of looking southwest, not really showing us too much. I think what we'll probably have to do, and what I'll try to do, Rob, is get out ahead of this and get this on I-65 since this thing is kind of marching due east.
Yeah, it's kind of in between the two interstates at the moment, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Given just what we've been looking at there, and there, Sean, I see the camera showing up there. Given what we've been seeing with this and how proactive the National Weather Service has been, this circulation is weakening and will likely continue to weaken, at least in the short term, because it's starting to move a little farther to the north. We think the most energy is maybe a little further to the south. This circulation with this tornado warning, and I was just waiting for the scan to come through, still broad, but still there. We still have the tornado warning. This one doesn't look as impressive here south of Nashville that I just pointed out in this particular scan, but given the nature of the way the night has progressed, I think this is going to be our next area that we're going to have to watch, and would not surprise me in a few scans if we see this as it gets a little closer to Columbus become a little bit more interesting in the radar presentation. Sean showed you the overall look at this. This is the complex. It's almost like a little a comma shape here. This is a entire complex that at the head of it has a little bit of the spin that these storms are being able to ingest. They're able to pull that into the storm, and it's tightening tightening it up, and that's why we have the tornado warning. This one goes until 8 p.m. This is going to include Morgan County. This one also includes Morgan County, but also to the south includes Brown County and the northeastern corner of Monroe County. They're starting to trim that back just a little bit as this entire complex continues moving to the east. And you can also see how it appears that that northern section is kind of trailing off. It's weakening a bit, and we're really starting to see a little bit of a wiggly feature here in the radar. That always has us concerned, because anytime you have any wiggles in a more linear feature, you can imply a little bit of circulation. And it's why we're concerned that not only will we have this tornado warning, but we're going to have to watch the cell down to the south, especially as it's got a little bit of a bump out. We may start to see this severe thunderstorm warning get pushed farther to the east. If nothing else, I think the National Weather Service will go with a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, which will probably include Columbus here very shortly. There's the current severe thunderstorm warning. They have dropped the other tornado warning that was for the central and southwestern part of Morgan County. We do still have one tornado warning that's in place. What we'll be watching is two, maybe three things. One, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. That's exactly what I was about to say. Severe thunderstorm warning continued to the east. Let me see, does it include Marion County? It does not. However, it does include Johnson County all the way over to Shelby County, includes Bartholomew County, and all the way down to the south, Jackson, as well as Lawrence County. This is for the overall complex of thunderstorms. The tornado warning, will it be extended? And it looks like they're going to drop that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give them a moment here before we leave our coverage on WTHR. Keep in mind, after we drop out of here on WTHR, meteorologist Sean Ash and I will be over on our streaming platform continuing with our coverage. If a new tornado warning pops up, we'll cut into programming as we are expected to do so by the FCC. Very quickly, I want to mention this. We do still have this flash flood warning that's in place. This is south and east of Greensburg. The reason I want to mention this is they have done a controlled breach of the Lake McCoy Dam here in anticipation likely of the heavy rain that's moving their way, and we may have some flash flooding that's going to be a result of that as they try to maybe release some of the pressure. In the meantime, no new additional tornado warning, so we're going to leave you here on WTHR. Make sure you join us over on the stream for the latest information. Of course, keep it tuned right here. Good evening. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis alongside meteorologist Sean Ash. We are tracking severe weather moving through central Indiana. At the moment, for the WTHR viewing area, we do not have tornado warnings that are ongoing. However, to the south, we are watching some pretty strong storms, some that eventually may move into the WTHR viewing area, including a pretty strong tornado warning cell that's crossing Interstate 69 south, very far to the south of Bloomington. Eventually, we're concerned about maybe Jackson County, Lawrence County as well. Let's show you where the tornado warnings are currently. Thankfully, those that were in place earlier for Morgan County, for Monroe County, for Brown County, those have all now been dropped. Farther to the south and west, we do still have several tornado warnings that are ongoing here. This one is a bit of a concern as it moves very close to Interstate 69. And I don't think there's any cameras there on that particular location. Is there, Sean, right here along Interstate 69? I know we have a camera in Lagodi.
We have a camera in Lagodi, affirmative. Other than that, no.
Okay. But what we're looking at is this kind of comma shape complex it's moving through. It's got a bit of circulation with it. It's got some bit of a vortex to it. And the storms within that have been able to ingest some of that and start to spin up a bit. We saw that earlier. When this was in Owen County, we did see a debris signature earlier, meaning that we likely did have a confirmed tornado. In fact, you'll see the little pinkish purple box pop up right about there. Just to the south of Patricksburg is where we were watching that. There's that other cell. Look at the lightning with it. As it continues moving east, they've now just put out for Lawrence County the severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that. But likely if it continues on its current track, we may see it go under a tornado warning within the next half hour. So that's one of the things we're tracking. In addition to that, we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's now in place, which does include almost all of Johnson County, almost all of Shelby County, all of Bartholomew County, and this is for a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. Let me get you some information on it just so I can pop that up on the screen for you. This one's going to go until 8:30. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail not a big concern with this, but it includes Brown, Bartholomew, Decatur, Jackson, Johnson, Lawrence, Morgan, and Shelby. That's a huge severe thunderstorm warning. The one thing they did add, though, because we did have the tornado warnings with this, is the tornado possible tagging. They do that especially when we're in a tornado watch or if the storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. The one area that we're tracking is this little bit of bright signature here with some of the reds and greens pretty close together. It's kind of in the right orientation, but it's not looking nearly as strong as what we saw a bit earlier. We will keep our eye on that. Having said that, look at the signature that's down to the south and west. And because we are talking about eventually Lawrence and Jackson County, these are going to be the areas where we're going to be concerned about this cell. And it is possible, if that holds to the east, that we'll be talking about a tornado warning approaching Bedford at this point. Still a good ways to go. The other thing we want to mention, and we'll kind of go through this, and I'm going to step off camera here, but Colin, if you could, just leave this up because I do want to talk about this little flash flood warning right here. And I'm going to get in real close. The reason I'm mentioning this is because this came out at about 6:30 or so. We're talking about the area along US 421. This is for a controlled breach of one of the dams there. Let me get you the information. Stand by. I'm going to see if I can bring that up for you. So in this area, this is where the emergency management has reported that the floodgates on the Lake McCoy Dam were opened, which is causing flash flooding downstream. This is going to be on the Cobb's Fork. Because of that, they've issued this flash flood warning. Flash flooding is going to be imminent from this controlled breach of the Lake McCoy Dam. Emergency management has reported this. They've got flooding. They're concerned about the impact of flooding for areas that are downstream from the Lake McCoy Dam along Cobb's Fork. One of the things I want to do is try to get in a little bit closer here just to see if I can find. So we're talking about this area right in here. I'm going to remove the warnings just so you can see that. So that's the area that we're looking at right there. And that Boulevard Road was mentioned specifically in that warning that they may see some flooding from that. And then south along 46 is where they're a bit concerned. And then farther down and south and west from there. So when you look at the actual flash flood warning, and I'll pop it back up for you so you can see it, this is the area, let me put it on the map here. The area that we're talking about is right here where the lake is, the Lake McCoy Dam, and then areas downstream. So that's just another thing we want you to be aware of because there is so much rain that is moving this way. and there's going to be some pressure on the dam system here, so they're going to make sure that they are releasing a little bit of that pressure. At least that's the information that we have at the moment. There's still this little bit of a curly Q here, and then also this strong cell that still has several tornado warnings back to the south and west from that. For now, I like the way things are moving in a direction that we don't have additional spin-ups, but it's getting pretty close on this one cell here into parts of, looks like they have put the tornado warning over into Lawrence County. So here's what we need to do. We need to go off of the stream briefly, just for a moment. Don't leave us if you're on the stream, because we need to get back on WTHR. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, that's
Roger, yep.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
So let's do that real quick. And Colin, if you could give me a heads up on when that's happening. Good evening, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis. Meteorologist Sean Ash is standing by. We do have a new tornado warning that's for the WTHR viewing area. Far to the south, though, I'm going to update you on all of the storms that are moving through, but we do want to make sure that folks in Lawrence County here are knowing what's happening with this tornado warning. Earlier, we had those in Morgan into parts of Monroe, into Brown County. Those are now dropped. However, we have this new tornado warning that's going to be in place until 8:30. The cell itself is outside of our viewing area, but the National Weather Service has issued the tornado warning out ahead of that. Looks to stay west and south of Bedford. Some good news here, but we want to make sure you're updated. The line continues. If you're in Bloomington, you still have the storm ongoing, but it's starting to pass to your east. Unfortunately, we do see continued flash flooding on to the west, where these storms continue to move through, and we'll probably continue to see even more flash flood warnings as the night wears on. Just to the north of Lagodi, I'm going to see if we still have that camera in Lagodi. Do we? Yes.
Yep.
Let's see if we can pull up NDOT. I might be able to pull it up myself, Colin. There you go. We're looking at a live picture here from one of the NDOT traffic cameras at Lagodi, where this cell is moving through currently. It may actually just be north of this particular location. Wind's not terribly strong at the moment, but certainly a lot of heavy rain, and those are going to be our concerns. We have the tornado concern that's the most immediate concern, and if you are in this area, we're talking about, again, Lawrence County here. Eventually, maybe this will move into Jackson County. We'll see if it holds together, but this is the area where we have the tornado warning currently. That's going to be until 8:30 p.m., so that's the area that we're tracking. And you're looking on the left side of your screen at one of the NDOT traffic cameras. The reason we're jumping on the air here is because that tornado warning is now in place for Davies, Lawrence, and Martin County. And Lawrence County is one of the WTHR viewing counties, so we want to make sure we're alerting the folks here. This is until 8:30. One of the things we're noticing, especially with this particular cell, is that the circulation is quite impressive. Now, unfortunately, it is in an area where it's kind of between several radars. So you're seeing this new scan come through. Look at how bright the colors are there. And I'll get in a little bit closer that you can see it. But we may be able to switch between the Evansville radar. And as I move this, you'll see it switch. Yeah, see that switch right there? That's switching back and forth between the Indianapolis radar and the Evansville radar, because it's right directly between the two of those. You also see an additional cell to the south and west and to the east of Vincennes that has another tornado warning on it. The concern with this is that it's going to continue pushing into Lawrence County. Sean, do you happen to have a speed and direction
30,
on this
30
one?
on east.
East at 30.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and put a track on this just to show you what we're looking at. Center of circulation will be about there. I'm going to get a little ahead of it to give you a bit of an extra warning here. But the leading edge of that, east at about 30, is what we're looking at here. So we're looking at the Naval Surface Warfare Center, Crane, 7 minutes. Huron Elementary School, 21 minutes. Moorestown, this is going to be 27 minutes. These are the areas that we're most concerned about. These are not moving nearly as quickly as what we saw on Wednesday. So this has been issued out ahead of this. The concern is that it will hold together. And let's get in pretty close so we can look at some of the areas that we're tracking here. It is not in Lawrence County at the moment. The tornadic signature is this that we're looking at, moving right over Lagodi at the moment. where it is still raining pretty heavily. We do have a camera there that we'll keep going back to in Lagodi, but the cell itself, the tightest circulation, appears to be a little farther to the north. As I mentioned, it's kind of in an area where we're having to use two different radars. It does give us two different views of it. The Indy radar gives us one view, and then you can see the other view. So what that means is both radars are looking up a little bit higher in the atmosphere than we'd like to look at. What we'd like to see is down near the surface, but that's the best we can do because of the curvature of the Earth, is use both of those different radars to give us a different perspective on the storm. You can see this is a pretty broad circulation, but at the surface, we may have a circulation here that implies a tornado warning. Also, keep in mind the outline of the box here that you see in red, that's the tornado warning. And at the moment, this is radar indicated. What we don't want to see happen is what we've seen happen earlier this evening, is this change to an observed tornado warning, where either the radar indicates debris, which we're not seeing, and to be honest, I don't know that we will see, because the radar beam is so high in the atmosphere at this particular location. Debris tends to stay at the lower levels. But you can see the new radar scans coming down, and this overall large circulation is not changing very much. Very briefly, I'm just going to pop back up into Bartholomew and Brown County. There's a new tornado warning that was just issued there. This is going to include Columbus, although I think you're on just the very southeast portion of this. Yep. This is the new tornado warning.
Bookend vortex.
Yep, that's what it looks like. So here's, let me show you what he's talking about, a bookend vortex, and I will just put the radar on very quickly so that you can see. One of the things that happens with these complexes as they move through is, think about if you've ever been in a boat and you've had a paddle and you've put it through the water, an oar, and you've put it through the water and you get these little spin-ups around the oar. That's exactly what's happening right here. This part of the line is pushing well ahead of it and approaching Columbus. On the north side of that, it's got a bit of a spin to it, and that spin is where we're locating, where the National Weather Service is issuing the tornado warning. Let me look at the velocity, and I'll get in real close, then we'll come out and we'll put in a storm track on this. So I'm going to look at velocity. We're going to get in much closer so we can get you some street levels here, because we are going to be approaching Interstate 65, and I assume we have Interstate 65 there at State Road 11. You have anything farther north than that?
Stand by, working on it.
Because I believe that's a little closer to Jackson. I think we had it set for the Jackson County storm still. So Gatesville, this is the area that we're tracking right now where we have a tightening of this circulation. That's why the National Weather Service issued the tornado warning. Moving to the east, it will likely move over Interstate 65. Taylorsville is included in this. Let me move the map just a little bit here and get you in a little bit closer, see if we can pick up any roads or any types of so Camp Atterbury is right there. Camp Atterbury is going to be just to the northeast of the circulation. It may stay just to the south of Camp Atterbury. There's Sweetwater Lake as well, and probably going to stay north of Indiana 46. So it's just into Brown County, over the line from Bartholomew County. That's the county line that you're looking at right there. Circulation is relatively weak, but it's right here just south of Gatesville. I'll get in just a little bit closer and see if any additional roads do pop up. So we're looking at, let me get in just a little bit closer and we'll see. So that's Gatesville Road. We'll take you a little further east as well. These aren't moving nearly as quickly as the other night. These are moving east at about 30, 35 miles per hour. So this is probably going to stay south of Sweetwater Trail, but it's pretty close to that, and then over the county line and eventually getting close to Interstate 65. I'm going to broaden the view because there's nothing here that I can get a landmark on, and I don't want you just to be looking at an empty screen here. So Camp Atterbury is there, just on the over the line here from Brown County and into Bartholomew County. Here's Edinburgh, here's Taylorsville. Taylorsville is in the tornado warning, Edinburgh is not. This is where the circulation is located. I'll go out one more and then we'll put a storm track on this. Do you know the east is?
East 35.
35, thank you, sir.
Roger.
We are looking at putting a track right here. You know what I'm actually going to do? Because this is a bit of a curly Q, I'm going to do it this way. And we're going to go east at about 35. I'll put a little bit of a north component on it just because it does have a bit of a north component to it. So this is what we're looking at here. So Columbus at 8:13, Taylorsville at 8:15 is the timing here. Columbus Municipal at 8:16. I've probably given you about a 2-minute leeway ahead of that too, just because I'm out ahead of this. Clifford at 8:20. Farther down the line here, you see New Bern at 8:28. But Grandview Lake, you're next in line at 8:04, so that's about 3 minutes heads up. Kent Elementary School, you're at 8:06. You got about 5 minutes or so. If you are in this area, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter. Nashville, you are on the west side of the warning, so it looks like things may be calming down for you, but there is a little bit of a circulation that we're tracking. In addition to that, we are tracking, let me actually get out of that. Let me go to this, move this farther to the south, and we'll go back just very quickly to look at our other tornado warning, although I just got the new scan. Circulation still holding together, and it likely will stay just south of Camp Atterbury as long as it maintains more of an east direction. Unfortunately, if it continues to move more east and then takes a little bit of a southern direction, we may have a strengthening tornado, but I don't see that at the moment, so that's good news. There's a couple of little areas that we'll have to watch here also south and west of Columbus, but the additional tornado warning that we've been tracking does include Mitchell, or it's getting closer to Mitchell, just north of Lagodi. There is quite a very strong cell that is showing up here just north of Lagodi. Let me put the reflectivity on so you can see it. This is just a very, very strong cell continuing to push to the east. It's not quite into Lawrence County just yet, but it doesn't have long before it gets there. While we have this view, I'll go back to the other cell that's a little closer to, say, Camp Atterbury, and we'll talk about that. Notice that on the regular radar presentation, we don't have these supercells or these kind of hook signatures that we saw the other night on Wednesday, let's say. You can make out a little bit of that bookend vortex that Sean was talking about, but it's not nearly as well defined as maybe what we were dealing with on Wednesday. Still, again, if you're in these areas, the northwest side of Columbus, Taylorsville, over to Camp Atterbury, make sure you are seeking shelter at this time because there's a tornado warning that's currently in place. I'm going to go back to the debris signature just to make sure there's nothing that's been popping up. I'm okay with the way that looks currently, so I'm going to go back to velocity. And again, there's your circulation. I know you're looking at this and there's some pretty bright colors that are showing up here north of Columbus. That's the strong winds that are lifting out ahead of this, the south winds that are creating these dynamics. But this is where the circulation is implied. And you can see already National Weather Service is starting to trim this back just a little bit. While I have that view in place, and Sean, feel free if you have any new information to jump in here, if you have anything that's showing up.
Now, the only thing I'm seeing, Rob, is just that the much stronger rotation, in my opinion, is that southern cell.
Okay.
Looks like it's going to stay south of Bedford, but for our viewers that are in Mitchell, you need to be taking shelter until we can give you the all clear there.
Yeah, and I got to tell you also near Columbus, I mean, the winds look pretty strong out ahead of this quick little line, and it's not going to take much to get a little circulation there on the head of this, this line of storms that's moving through. What Sean is talking about, the stronger cell that we're looking at, and you'll be able to pick it out pretty easily when I move the map here, is right there. I mean, that is an impressive cell right now. And this is the one that, again, is between both the Indianapolis and the Evansville radar. So I can move the map here just to show us in between the two radars. Unfortunately, we're getting a look much, much higher in the radar, and it doesn't give us a good look at the surface. However, given how strong the cells have been in the southern part of this entire complex, even when they were over in Illinois, National Weather Service isn't taking any chances.
I've got your, I've got your Columbus on N.1.
Okay, let's take a quick look.
There's your Columbus when they pop that up. So that's what you're talking about right there.
Yeah, so look at the heavy rain that's coming down right now. So looking into Columbus.
Trees blowing around a bit.
Yeah, winds are certainly picking up. Again, this is all this larger complex that's
radar indicating about 55 plus in Columbus.
And actually, I'm going to get in close so I can show you some of that and maybe do a little bit of hand tracking and pop up those values for you. Yeah, I mean, look at the wind field out ahead of this. There's the circulation. The camera that we were looking at was located right about there. We'll get in a little bit closer and show you some of the areas, but there's a couple of little bright spots here. Yeah, you see near Columbus right there. There have been a few areas, and I'll see if maybe I can do yeah, there's a new scan that just came in. So some of the winds estimated by radar here, 52 miles per hour. There's a couple of spots here, 55, 50. And then over here, where we do have the circulation, I know it's not terribly impressive, but when you have this type of circulation together, you're still looking up in the mid-levels of the atmosphere towards the surface, there may be a tighter spin that we're watching. And this is why we still have the tornado warning in place. However, if you're in Columbus, I know, especially if you're on the south or the east side of Columbus, you don't have the tornado warning in place, but there's still some pretty strong winds that are coming through. And even here in Indianapolis, we're getting some pretty heavy rain here at the station. Let me back the view out here. For those that are in Indy and you're wondering, okay, what's going on for me? Let me show you what's happening. Here's again the area near Columbus that we're talking about. Taylorsville do have the tornado warning. The northern end of this line extends all the way into Indy. Pretty heavy rain is coming down right now, but you are not in the area that we're most concerned right now about any spin-ups. We haven't seen that in areas to the north. It's really areas to the south. So a couple of things we do have. We do have the flash flood warning from the controlled dam breach of the Lake McCoy Dam there just south and east of Greensburg. Emergency managers have taken care of that, but they are concerned about the flash flooding continuing down the Cobb's Fork stream there. This is the tornado warning, and then as you can see, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning. This one is weaker, but it's a much more populated area that's closer to Indy. However, we do have, Lawrence County is one of the WTHR counties, and there's an additional tornado warning here. And that cell actually looks a bit on the stronger side, much, much stronger side. Probably staying south of Bedford, as Sean said, but the area of Mitchell we have to be concerned about. So currently 2 ongoing tornado warnings, several severe thunderstorm warnings, in addition to a flash flood warning in anticipation of all of this heavy rain that's going to move in this area where they've had the controlled breach of the Lake McCoy Dam. Let me talk about a couple of things that we may run into as we get through the next 30 minutes or so. Radar indicated that's where the tornadoes are currently. We showed you this graphic a good bit, but we've reworked it just a little bit just to make sure we have some corrections. Observed can either be from the public or radar confirmed. So when it turns to this pinkish color, it either means that someone on the ground has seen it or that it's radar confirmed. And thankfully, what we're seeing right now from the 2 tornado warnings that are in place, the one that's right now moving out of Brown County and into Bartholomew County, and the one that's approaching Lawrence County, are just radar indicated. Let's hope they stay that way. These are the 2 warnings. The one that's farther to the north here, that's south of Indy, that includes Columbus, Taylorsville, this one's going to go until 8:15. So we've got about another 7 minutes on that one. And then 8:30 for this one. This one will probably be extended all the way across the southern point of Lawrence County. It's that strong of a signature, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Again, it's just radar indicated, but it is a pretty strong couplet that we're watching, and I'll show you what I mean by a couplet here in just a moment. There's the current warning. There's the storm relative velocity. This looks much improved. This is where we were seeing the circulation. It's much weaker now, but I will say there's just south of Columbus an additional circulation that's starting to pop back up. Let me see if I can get a little closer here just to show you what I'm looking at. And Sean, again, if you see anything different, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's that what you're showing there, that straight line wind, you know, could something form on that bookend that we were talking about, that comma head that's possible. I think that brightening area east of Columbus, right there is your main 60 plus mile per hour potential. And then as I was looking at that southern circulation, it is taking more of a southeast turn. And so that's going to take it really close to Mitchell, but more, you know, and so if you're in Mitchell watching us, you should have already been in your safe locations because that warning continues. But it likely is heading a little bit more toward possibly Paoli, Orleans, and maybe even French Lick here. Kind of a almost a southeast mover, but you should be in your safe locations there in Mitchell with that tornado warning that continues. Radar indicated, but the strongest rotation. But yeah, if it were me, if I were in Bartholomew County, I suspect we're going to get Decatur County extended too, Rob. So if you're in Greensburg, I would go ahead and treat any severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning with this, just because there's such a broad wind field with it.
Yeah, that little comma head that you were talking about is pretty evident on this view here. This is what he was talking about, the bookend vortex. This is the analogy I made with pushing the oar through the water and getting the little swirls that pop up. That's what we're seeing with this tornado warning, but then farther to the south, this is the one where the signature is just incredibly strong. Again, should stay south of Bedford. Again, ahead of this, Greensburg areas in Decatur County, will we see this continuation of more spin that pops up, even if this this warning is allowed to expire, we're still going to be watching this additional warning that's a little farther to the south and west. I'm actually going to put this on very quickly just so I can see the severe thunderstorm warning information. We've got several things that are happening. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, several in fact, and then the tornado warning. Once I move this map a little bit, we should be able to get the tornado warning information there. Yeah, until 8:30 for the southern warning. Let me actually go back to this graphic. I'll start back with this very briefly, and I will show you a couple of things here. Because this is the one that's a little bit stronger, I'm going to come back to this other tornado warning in a bit, but I have a feeling they're going to allow that one to expire. While I'm here, let me actually step off camera one moment just to get things set there, because I want to take you in very close here. This is the cell we're tracking. First of all, the tornado warning is this one that we're looking at right here. It's going to move through the southern part of Lawrence County, including the town of Mitchell, just to the west. We're talking Spice Valley. And when you look at this on, whew, man, that is quite intense there. So this is the circulation that Sean's been talking about. This is a much, much stronger circulation than what we're seeing to the north. It is higher in the atmosphere. We aren't getting a really good look at the surface, but it's enough of a circulation that, again, switching between the two radars too, we can see, it looks like it's going to be moving very close to Mitchell, unfortunately. Move just to the north of Lagodi. It may have taken a little bit of a southern turn. In fact, looks like what they've done is they've continued the tornado warning now to the south and east because it's probably going to escape this red tornado box and go into this box now, including, I believe that's Orange County there with Orangeville and Paoli as it moves south and east. If that's the case, and if they decide to drop this from Lawrence County, we will make sure that we have no tornado warnings in our viewing area, including the one that is still in place. Yep, it's still in place.
NDOT2 is actually a camera in Mitchell, not showing much. It's just out ahead of the storm.
Okay. So this is one we'll have to really keep our eye on, because one, they're going to be on the north side of the storm, which is probably going to give them a good bit of rain, but the wind may also be picking up. Just given how strong that storm appears on radar, we're talking about good bit of wind that's going to be along with this as well. We no longer have the tornado warning that's been in place for Bartholomew County. So for now, we're looking pretty good, but probably some pretty strong winds that are going through parts of Bartholomew County, Columbus right now, and then eventually heading east into Decatur. They have not extended that severe thunderstorm warning just yet. I don't see any orange lines there that show me. However, let's take you back down to the south and west. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay with this part of the storm until we see what the National Weather Service does and the new scans that come in, because if this stays a little south of Lawrence County, we will leave our coverage here on WTHR and we will go back to the stream. But as long as the warning, because there's the county line for Lawrence County, as long as the warning is still up for Lawrence County, we're obligated to make sure that we're bringing that information. So there's the new scan that's coming through. Gosh, I just do not like the way that looks currently. It just is holding together, and unfortunately it's sitting right there on the line for southern parts of Lawrence County. So here's Mitchell. Is that camera in downtown Mitchell? Do you happen to know?
As far, it looks like it to me, partner.
Okay.
Yep.
And then again, here would be Paoli.
It's right along 37. It's on the west side, so it's near Main Street there, on the west side of Mitchell. So, and it's looking to the north, so it's not giving us a westerly perspective, and obviously it's a bit away from the circulation. But I definitely agree that thing's going. It's taking more of a southeast to south turn, and that's why you saw that. So that'll be good news for Mitchell. Bedford, this is not. Bedford, this is not your circulation. This is the southern half, southwestern corner of Lawrence County. It's as far southwest in our viewing area as you can get, but it is a storm that has had a strong rotation with it here, but quickly becoming more of a Paoli French lick situation. There's the circulation, big broad thing spinning there, and there's that new tornado warning that's been extended farther south and southeast. So that's what we're staring down here. Otherwise, that's still radar indicated right now, other than the way out of our viewing area over southwestern Indiana.
Is that a new warning that just popped up?
And
go ahead.
Yep, it looks like we've got, that's going to go until 9 p.m. for parts of Bartholomew and southern Shelby and that
Decatur.
far western Decatur. That's going to be radar indicated. So let me show you the.
And Sean, you gave a heads up for that because that northern end of that comma head, we knew it was going to continue spinning.
I tell you, I've got a Taylorsville camera. I've got one near. Actually, I'm going to have to adjust.
There's
that
a pretty strong rotation showing up there.
Yeah, strong rotation. So we're going to get in close on this. You can see it just to the east of 65, right there. Let me just check our debris. Yeah, look at that. This may be a radar confirmed tornado.
Yeah, I think you're right. It really spun up.
So
quick.
let me go back. All right, there you go. We'll see. I want to see one more scan, but that would fit. It's right there. You see that? So just north. There's Taylorsville. This is north of Columbus. Going to get in really tight here. There's Columbus Municipal, there's Riverside Drive, and there's 31, there's 550 North, right there. And we may have a tornado debris signature east of I-65. And if Rob's on the desk, if he can hear me, if we can take that Mitchell camera, maybe I can do it myself here. We need to let's move that Mitchell camera a little farther. Let's see if we can get that in there. Kind of get a little look at this thing. Spun up real quick, didn't it, Rob?
I mean, when we were going to have to watch these because in that little comma head that you've been talking about, it's been real quick to kind of pulse or cycle, as we sometimes say. And I'll actually come back here to the wall. You can see some of the folks, unfortunately, trying to take shelter underneath some of the overpasses here. But this is the very little circulation. Now, when it was over here just to the west, it wasn't nearly this tight, but certainly has gotten a bit tighter within the last couple of scans that we were looking at. So the overall area that we're talking about is right here. There's the additional Lawrence warning, but we're going to stick with this one, I think, because now with a potentially confirmed tornado, it's not just yet, but we'll see what the National Weather Service says after the new scan comes in. New scan just came in, still shows the circulation right there. And now the debris signature, it's weak, but there may be a little debris signature that's showing up there, Sean. Just east of 65, this is, I believe, Columbus Municipal was showing up on our graphic here. I'll get in just a little bit closer manually. Yeah, just north of Columbus Municipal.
Clifford.
Towards Clifford, right along 550 North. And probably with an almost east, maybe a bit of a northern track to it. So probably going to cross 550 right at Clifford. Probably staying north of Nortonburg here.
Yeah, now there's a lot. So this is just north of the Columbus Airport. And heck, they might even be able to see it, honestly.
I was trying to see if I can see any.
I mean, it's really close to the airport there. When you get in close there, Rob, you'll see Columbus Municipal.
Yep.
And that's it. I
don't see any wind gusts popping up just yet. I was trying to check to see if anything new was popping up. So let's do this. Let's get a track on this because the new scan is just now coming in. So I want to get in even closer and try to get you a track.
So if you're in Clifford, you should be, now it's a small and relative here, it's small, but if you know where the Columbus Airport is, you know where Clifford is, you should be in your safe spots until we can give you an all clear on this.
I'm going to redraw this because National Weather Service actually has this moving east at 15 miles per hour. So these are crawling at this point. So let me get a new track on this.
And the Weather Service basically thinking what we're thinking. They're not convinced just yet that was a tornado debris signature just yet.
Yeah, you know, it certainly wasn't well defined, but given that it's co-located with this little bit of spin here, it's something that we have to watch. So Clifford about 11 minutes. Remember, this is only moving east at about 15 miles per hour. While that's not good for the people that are directly underneath this circulation, and we continue to get updates here, it is good news for people that are ahead of this to either see this thing weaken or to be able to make sure that they are seeking shelter and give you a bit more of a heads up. And there's the bright spots of winds. We talked about Columbus Municipal likely seeing some really gusty winds here, but the circulation is located right there. I believe Columbus Municipal is located about right there.
Really close to the circulation.
Yeah, in fact, if I get in a little bit closer, I might be able to see that bear with me one moment.
And that bright on the velocity, by the way, I just did a pixel query. That's like 65 to 70.
Okay.
So even if you're, I mean, even if you're not at that circulation, if you're in Hope, Hartsville, you may get wind damage with this, regardless if it's tornado or not.
So again, keep in mind we still have the tornado warning that's down to Lawrence County, but it looks like it's moving right along the Lawrence County line. Hope is under the tornado warning currently, including Taylorsville, but it is moved, the circulation has moved east of Interstate 65. So the Weather Service is likely going to chop this tornado polygon up a bit when they update here, probably within the next couple of minutes or so. There's the circulation that we're talking about in that area of bright spots. I'll see if I can do a query on it as well, since Sean mentioned it, just to show you that ahead of this, some of the winds could be topping 60 miles per hour. 61 is what we're looking at there, but the tornado circulation, if there is one, is located right there. And we will see the scan come by, and then once that scan comes by, I'm going to switch over to the debris detector to see if we do see any debris that pops up. What you're seeing is some of the winds out ahead of this are really racing to the north and west, but in this very small area, some of the winds are away, some of the winds are towards, and that's why the circulation is where we think the circulation is. Again, the National Weather Service, they're just trimming back the polygon. You saw it take it back just a little bit. This is moving east at about 15 miles per hour, so it's moving east very, very slowly. Unfortunately, Sean, I hate to say that the area that we're tracking this tornado moving through is where we have the flash flood warning for that dam failure, or I should say dam breach, that currently has the flash flood warning. Not terribly well defined here, but still some pretty gusty winds crossing Indiana 9 at the moment near Hope, probably where the gustiest of the winds are, although again, right near the surface, there could be a pretty strong circulation with the tornado warning. This no longer is a concern for Columbus from this particular cell, unless you're on the extreme north side of Columbus or closer to, say, Taylorsville, where that circulation is located. I'll get in even closer than that, just so we can track some of the areas that we're looking at here, because the circulation is right there. As Sean said, you'll see Columbus Municipal show up on our map. It's probably going to be, yep, it's right there at the bottom of the screen. 550 north, probably sitting right over 550 north, east of Taylorsville, approaching Clifford. The strong winds are also located there. And I'll get in even closer, but I don't know that I'm going to see anything new begin to pop up. North Cliff is showing up on the map here. But right now I'm going to zoom back out just to give us a better idea. Also waiting for that next scan. There may be an additional little circulation trying to pop up south and east of that, where the strongest winds are. At the moment it doesn't look terribly impressive, but I'm going to keep my eye on that one. While I'm at it, I'm going to look at the correlation coefficient. I got to tell you, there is a little bit of a spot there, Sean, that
See it.
what we're looking at here, when I go from this, where we're seeing the circulation right there, when this sits directly over top of, when I go over to what we call our correlation coefficient or our debris detector, makes us a little concerned. Are we seeing debris that's lofted into the air, or that was lofted into the air, that is being picked up by radar? The reason I say it that way is because this may have happened earlier and things are still being lofted into the atmosphere and it's still being picked up. It's a weak signature here. This is good news, and this hasn't moved very much. This has just been sitting here. It's moving east at about 15 miles per hour. That's about the speed you'd go on a bike at this point, and moving east, northeast. Not completely east. There's a little bit of a northern component to that, but approaching Hope if it holds together and makes it to that location. But that will remain to be seen if that's going to be the case. Let me see if we have... Okay, still, I mean, it's a very weak circulation at this point, Sean, but it's not gone away
It's
completely.
very slow and slow moving too. That's what's interesting. I mean, I'd argue the stronger wind actually is well east of where the potential spin is. I'm not seeing I'm undecided on whether or not that's actually a debris signature.
Well, and what's interesting is, it's because it's part of that bookend vortex, it may not even be moving east. In fact, I think it may have actually stalled and started moving a little bit to the north. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but
yeah, no, I agree.
You can see that it looks like it's just kind of held together while the rest of the storm has pushed out to the east, where we do have the strongest winds. Now, That doesn't change your actions. Your actions should treat this as a tornado warning if you're in any of this area. But I will say that the little bookend that we were talking about, the little oar in the water analogy that I had, may have kept this from just kind of moving too quickly and then starting a bit of a northern jog as the whole system moves a little farther to the east. There's a lot of heavy rain with this. One thing I want to show you, because this will illustrate it a little bit better, is I'm going to zoom out a bit. We're just going to show you the larger kind of comma head that we were talking about, this whole system. And I'm going to set it into motion. You're really going to be able to see how this part of the storm is trying to push out ahead of this. Behind this, there's another little interesting structure, and I'll be interested to see what the velocity looks like with that. In fact, let's go ahead and turn that on real quick just to see that, because I don't want us to let our guard down behind this. Not terribly interesting, but I'm going to be watching that area. I know your eyes are drawn to these brighter areas of winds, and you should be, because that's where we do have some strong winds, but I think the bookend vortex may be either holding together or weakening at this point, or just kind of drifting away from the main push of the circulation. Keep in mind, we do still have the tornado warning that's over into Lawrence County. I know you're looking at this flash flood warning as well that's south and east of Greensburg. I'll very quickly reiterate that that is a controlled breach of the Lake McCoy Dam that is allowing additional waters from Lake McCoy to move down the Cobb's Fork, where they are expecting flash flooding because of that controlled release, that controlled breach of the dam. If you're in that area, flash flooding may be occurring. This is across Indiana 46, I believe, Boulevard Road they were concerned about. We're trying to get some more information on that from emergency managers. That's all the information we have at the moment. But of course, we're sticking with this tornado warning. National Weather Service is holding on to this for now. They're also holding on to the tornado warning that is still in Lawrence County. Notice the larger circulation here. Well, we had a camera there at the rest park in Columbus, but it looks like the cameras every now and then go in and out, especially when we have rain.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just readjusting, my bad. It's going to pop up here in a second. And we've got the other NDOT camera that's a little bit farther to the north there in Shelby County as well.
Yeah, so the areas that we're looking at, again, they still have pretty heavy rain that's falling across a good portion of Bartholomew County. And they still have the tornado warning that's in place. I'm going to see if I can get any new information from the National Weather Service. Just talking about if we're going to see this extended even further into Decatur County, but at the moment, looks like they may have dropped it for Lawrence County at the moment.
Yes.
Looks like the warning.
Yeah, Lawrence is done. Severe thunderstorm warning. That rotation is mostly south. That's more of a Paoli, Orleans, French Lick issue now.
Okay, so let's reset a couple of things here as you look at a live picture from Interstate 65. That is going to be right at State Road 46. Heavy rain still ongoing, and some areas that we are still tracking for the possibility of severe storms, including tornadoes. A couple of tornado warnings that we were concerned about, but some improvement in both of those. One tornado warning that's still in place for Bartholomew County, but also includes parts, a very small sliver of Decatur County and the southern end of Shelby County, and then the additional tornado warning that has now been dropped for Lawrence County. If this tornado warning goes away, what we will do is we will jump off of WTHR here. We will go over to our stream, which we are not going to leave you hanging here. We're going to keep with this, but our obligation to cut into programming is going to be ended once that tornado warning is allowed to drop. We are still watching a minor circulation here. It is not as strong as it once was. It is also moving very slowly. And then you see some of the strong winds even out ahead of this tornado warning, where we have some of the strongest winds associated with that complex of thunderstorms. These are the areas that we're watching. Earlier, we were concerned about maybe a little debris signature. We are no longer seeing that. It's no longer a concern at the moment. But still, this is going to be one that bears watching, because this one little tornado warning, because of that little spin, in fact, from that view, you can really kind of get a sense of what we call the bookend vortex. It's the end of this line of storms. As it races out through Columbus and ahead of this, it's pushing through the atmosphere, and on the end, it gets this little eddy, this little spin up, like pushing the oar through the water, and that's where we're seeing the bookend vortex. That's why the tornado warning was issued. For a while, it looked like maybe it was spinning a little farther to the north, but for now, they still have the tornado warning in place. It is just radar indicated at the moment. It is not, say that again? Got it. It is not an observed tornado warning. That's either when the public sees it or we have that radar confirmed debris signature. And the National Weather Service, as well as Sean and myself, waited to see if that debris signature that we saw in Taylorsville was going to be just east of Taylorsville was a debris signature. We're still not sure whether or not that's exactly what we were looking at. What you are looking at is Interstate 74 right at State Road 244. Camera bouncing a bit in the winds, as well as the heavy rain that's continuing. Cars continuing to come down the interstate, but boy, a tough drive there moving through. Was that probably Shelby County or Decatur County?
I got it in Decatur because that's farther to the west. They're getting hit. They're getting hit with the wind way out ahead of this. So I'm kind of getting this ready when this tornado warning gets dropped and we head over to our live stream partner. But yes, big wind blowing into Decatur. Shelby still technically have a tornado warning, radar indicated. Want to stress that this is radar indicated. Rotation not nearly as strong as it once was. This warning goes until 9 p.m. I wonder if that is going to get dropped at some point. But let me take the radar back, take the radar circulation back as this develops right over I-65 and near the Columbus airport. Getting a little bit closer. You see that red and green next to each other. So that crossed in between Taylorsville and downtown Columbus. Rotation went over Clifford, and now we're not seeing, it's just not as tight of a circulation right now, partner, the way I see it now, but still some big wind that's blowing out ahead of this. I tell you this though, Rob, as we look at this, it wouldn't, we're starting to maybe see another tightening there along 3 near Clifty. Near Hartsville.
Yeah, in fact, that new scan tightens up even more. Yeah.
So, look, it's a big old, let me just put the normal radar, what you typically would see. All right, this is just a big wall of water and wind that's blowing east. Okay, within that, very strong wind field. There's going to be some 55 to maybe 60 mile per hour, but then within that, we get these little areas that can tighten up and tighten up quickly. And that's what we're beginning to see outside of the tornado warning polygon, or at least near it. So it's possible we could get a new downstream tornado warning with this right now.
And unfortunately, again, to add insult to injury,
Yeah.
it's the southeastern part of that polygon that you're looking at there. But just to the east of that is that flash flood warning from the controlled dam breach.
And speaking of, these are all of the flash flood warnings. Those areas in red that you're seeing there, those are flash flood warnings. Doesn't include Bloomington, Lake Monroe, good portion of. So we're going to start to see an uptick in the flash flood warnings in addition to what we have right now, partner.
And we were expecting that because of the nature of the way these storms are behaving. The tornado warnings on the leading edge of this, but then so much rain falling during and along and behind that system. So when you look at it on this larger view, you can see how much heavy rain is falling, but then there's additional storms, and especially these to the south, where they're all kind of in a line, like train cars. That's why we call it training. They're training the same area, and that's why all of these flash flood warnings have continued to be issued.
They are going to issue tornado warning for the surge coming into Decatur County.
Okay, so what we're going to see here from what Sean was just saying is that we will likely see this extended into Decatur County. And when that happens, I'll get in close and I'll show you exactly the areas that we're looking at in anticipation of that. Let me make sure I get my zoom in tool here so we can get in a little bit closer. Does appear that at least there's enough of the circulation that this is going to be allowed to move very close to Greensburg. Farther to the south, where we do have that stronger tornado, I should say the stronger couplet, the tornado warning that was in place, we do have a camera closer to French Lick that I believe. This is looking at French Lick. Looks like some pretty heavy rain coming down at the moment. Not a great day in French Lick. We'll continue to monitor that. Let's go back to the tornado warning because we're waiting on the National Weather Service to continue issuing this downstream. Likely will include Greensburg for what we've kind of been calling in this little comma shape. I'll put the reflectivity on so that you can see it. It's this area right here, but that's going to be very close to Greensburg. As we look at it on the velocity, There may be a little circulation here as well. And then as I move that out of the way, the previous circulation doesn't look nearly as strong. So, yep, there's the new warning. And Sean, it's exactly that little
Yep,
spot that
that's
you
it,
were
partner.
talking about. And unfortunately, that does include Greensburg at the moment. So, a couple of things that you're looking at here. First of all, the circulation would be located right about here. There's also some strong winds out ahead of this. And in addition, this is the flash flood warning from that controlled breach of Lake McCoy. The Lake McCoy, the emergency managers there have breached the Lake McCoy Dam, and that unfortunately may cause some flash flooding. That is imminent, they're expected. Unfortunately, now we're gonna add a lot more rain on top of this, and we've got a tornado warning to talk about. Real quick, I'm gonna get in close, show you exactly where that circulation is. So if you're in ahead of this, do you have a speed on this one? I assume it's probably moving relatively slow as well. We're talking just east of Hartsville, so Hartsville, you're okay.
East at 35.
East at 35. Surprised it doesn't have a bit of a northeast component to it. But we're talking about South County Road. Let me make sure I get the information here, and then we'll come back to it. South County Road 700. This is going to be right along 46, as well as South County Road 850 West. The circulation is almost directly on top of you, and there's the new scan. So really, I think it's right over County Road 700 West, south of State Road 46, because there's State Road 46. Just want to make sure that I read that correctly. And then State Road 3 is right here. That's where the circulation appears to be. I know I'm in real close, but it's so I can get those roads to pop up so that we can see those, because once I zoom out, you'll get a better idea of the circulation, which is still right in here, still right about there, and continuing east for the most part. Let me set this into motion just so I can see the eastward motion, because to me it has a bit more of a northeast component to it. But this bookend vortex has been behaving a little bit differently. It's not like the whole line itself is moving out ahead of it. What I'm watching is that little bright spot couplet that we've been tracking. That's what we need to watch the motion of, not the motion of this right here or these bright areas of green. It's just that little couplet, and that's why the tornado warning has been issued and continues to the north and east to Greensburg as well. The circulation that was in place earlier, that has now been pretty much done. It's now this circulation has taken over, and this tornado warning will be allowed to expire. This is the new tornado warning. Let me just get you that information real quick just to show you. We have several tornado warnings here, but the new one is going to be until 9 p.m. That is going to include Decatur County, which is Greensburg currently, and Harris City there that you see, as well as, let me make sure, I'm going to move this map back because my computer thinks it's a little farther to the west now. There's no debris signature showing up. I'm glad that we don't see that, but we can see a circulation that, to be honest, looks a little bit tighter than the previous circulation that we were looking at. This is going to stay south of State Road 46 for now, but it's going to get very close to it. It's going to move right over State Road 3. This may stay south of Greensburg. It is staying a little bit more on an easterly trajectory than a due northeast. The way the radar is appearing at the moment, it's a little bit difficult because the radar is pointing into the little kind of comma head that we were talking about. But this is where we're thinking there's the circulation. Out ahead of this is just the change in wind direction through that little comma head. You'll see it in the radar when I pop the radar up. You'll see this little curve. It's looking directly into that. When it looks directly into it, because keep in mind the radar is that way, it's towards Indianapolis. You're getting a good look at this circulation, but then the wind is changing direction all along that line. This is where we think the circulation is, right there. It's not, I know your eye is drawn to these brighter colors to the south and east, but it's really right in here. And we'll see with the next scan if that continues more easterly or if that continues more northeasterly. I'm not going to do a storm track on this one just because I think this has some erratic movement to it because it is in one of these bookend vortices, one of these little areas, these little eddies that are spinning. We kind of saw that with the previous one. It was a little bit erratic in its movement. And then farther to the south and east, the Lake McCoy Dam that I was talking about is located right there. This flash flood warning was issued at 6:30 because the emergency managers there breached the Lake McCoy Dam, and there was some concern of flash flooding across Boulevard Road, across State Road 46, and then areas to the south and west along the Cobb's Fork Creek. That's what this box is. This is not the tornado warning. That's the flash flood warning. And then this is the tornado warning itself. The tornado warning is for this circulation that's really just sitting about right there. It's starting to become a little bit more noisy in some of the data here as the storm gets a little further away from the radar. But boy, the winds out ahead of this, Sean, are pretty strong at this point. I know we were talking about some of the pixels ahead of this. Some of these bright pixels are showing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. There's 52 mile per hour winds, it's thinking. There's a couple of here that are probably in the 50 mile per hour range. So 27, I don't think I quite got one of the brighter pixels there, but we are still seeing some pretty gusty winds that are showing up. There's the new scan that just came in. Circulation still maybe weakly located here, but there's also a bit of a circulation here. Again, we're in this little comma head that is a little difficult to get a good view of. I'll set it into motion, then I'm going to zoom out real quick just so you can see what we're talking about. When we say a bookend vortex, this whole line, this whole little segment that you see right there, it's pushing out ahead of this. But on the northern end of this, as it pushes through the atmosphere, it's creating a little eddy right there. That little spin is what's approaching Greensburg. And then farther to the south from that, we'll have to watch a few more of these as there's more of these little segments starting to show up. While I'm on that view, go ahead and show that camera, that's great. Because then I can do this off camera real quick.
Yeah, so that's Greensburg looking southwest, by the way. That particular camera, I've got another one that's a little farther north of Greensburg. That's looking toward, actually the other one's actually in Greensburg looking southeast. So we got two cameras that are positioned. Based on radar imagery, this rotation is, and listen, there's a big broad wind field that's blowing in, but if we're going to get a touchdown, which again, the radar is not there's enough rotation for this tornado warning. You should be in your safe locations if you're in this polygon. That would include Greensburg. But I'm looking at where 3 and 46 come together, north of Letts, and then that's going to come right into Greensburg. That's where the rotation is right now, between that intersection and Hartsville, and then heading toward Greensburg. That's where, if we were to get, but look, we could get some wind damage out ahead of this, way out ahead of it, but that's what's prompted the tornado warning. That technically goes, and we're just getting a new scan in there, radar indicated rotation. This warning goes until 9 o'clock. What'll be interesting, Rob, we're starting to see some, the wind field starting to blast away from the rotation. We'll keep an eye on these cameras to see if we see anything. Now, I will tell you, if there's any little saving grace, at least so far, in the path of this whole storm complex, and correct me, Rob, if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have had a lot of wind reports.
No, surprisingly not. We had the Sullivan County 70 mile per hour gust.
Yeah, so
outside of that.
I'm putting up storm reports. So we've had a lot of rotation. We've had a lot of persistent rotation with this, but the last report that we had in was the one in Owen County.
And I do have a new report coming in from Monroe County, by the way. In
bunch
addition,
of flooding, I'll tell you that.
Lots of flooding, and the ham radio operators are saying that train spotters are observing flash flooding. It's happening right now across Bartholomew, Brown, and Monroe. From Interstate 69 east along State Road 46. Unfortunately, we've been talking a lot about State Road 46. Columbus, Gnawbone, Nashville. A lot of flooding here. Culverts are over flooding.
Yeah, that's what Rod. So I'm showing you those polygons right there. Those red polygons, those darker shade, not what you're seeing over Greensburg. That's all flash flood warning. And then we get into the tornado warning that's been issued for Decatur County. Even without the radar rotation, I want to show you our shear. In fact, let me do the shear tracks. So now again, we haven't had wind reports. We've had some funnel clouds, but thankfully within what I'm showing you here, we haven't had wind reports just yet. We'll see if there's any delayed reports. But there it is, and let me show you the current wind shear product. And so that is showing that the potential for this rotation that's as I talked about, it's going to be coming into Greensburg here. You probably got maybe another 5 or 10 minutes before the core of this rotation is over you. You're getting the wind right now. We definitely know that. But eventually, this thing is moving a lot quicker than the other ones. These have been moving about 35, 40 miles per hour. There's the camera in Greensburg that's looking southwest. While we have that up, I'm going to put a track on this and take it away. So once it gets out of Decatur County, it will technically no longer be in our viewing area. But going to be on Greensburg here momentarily, okay? And then Metamora around 9:30, Brookville at 9:37. That's the track we have right now.
You know what's been interesting, Sean, is that every time we look at this cell, every time that we track it, and it's been holding together for quite a while. In fact, this may be the same cell that held together all the way since Illinois. One thing that I've noticed here is that it continues to produce a circulation, and then a little farther to the south, we see another circulation begin to take over. And then a little farther south from there, another little circulation is taking over. A new circulation may begin to take over here in the southeastern part of this warning. In fact, what happened last time when this warning was over here is the new warning was kind of juxtaposed a little farther to the south, about maybe 5 miles or so. We may be seeing that continue to happen here. Greensburg is under the tornado warning, and you do still have some rotation here. In fact, the rotation pretty strong right about here, but I was also noticing there may be some rotation a little bit farther to the south and east. And also keep in mind there is this flash flood warning that's in place because of that Lake McCoy Dam breach that I was telling you about. Areas downstream of the Cobb's Fork, still a bit of a concern. Unfortunately, now you've got the heavy rain really falling, and that's only going to complicate things as this system moves on by. Thankfully, behind that, we're not necessarily looking at anything tornadic coming in behind that, but we are looking at much more rain. Much more rain is coming through. Look at the intensity of some of the returns here. They're showing up on radar. The one thing I'll mention with that is we are a little bit higher in the atmosphere, so we may start to see these show up a little bit stronger. I just wanted to put a couple of little storm tracks on here. 54 miles per hour. There's one right about here. But this is what I was talking about. The tornado warning ends right here. Everything up here is in the tornado warning, but there's a circulation that's getting pretty tightened up right there, just along US 421, not quite to 74 just yet. I'm going to move the map here and just show you what we're looking at. Again, we had cameras here, which I believe we still have in Greensburg, keeping an eye on those, not necessarily seeing the winds pick up just yet, but they're certainly raining. But I think there's another circulation trying to pop up right here. What will be interesting to see is if the National Weather Service continues with this tornado warning north and east, or if they reposition this just a little bit for the new circulations that keep popping up along this little vortex signature that we've been talking about. Winds ahead of this are pretty strong. Let me take you to the larger view here. More than likely, what we're going to continue to see is a continuation of all these flash flood warnings all along our southern tier. We see them right now south of Bloomington into Bartholomew County. We will see, actually they don't quite go into Bartholomew County just yet, but I'm pretty sure we probably will see flash flood warnings. And now it looks like we still have the tornado warning in place here for Decatur County. It's the only one we have in the viewing area currently, because the one that we were concerned about in Lawrence County has been over the line into, I believe that's Orange County to the south. So this is the only game in town right now, and it is one that we're still concerned about the possibility of some rotation getting very close to Greensburg. Very quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go over here to one of the cameras, and I'm going to pull one of these up manually just to see what we have here. So this is Interstate 74. This is right at State Road 3. We've been talking a lot about State Road 3 running north and south through there. You can see certainly some of the tractor trailers.
Strongest wind coming into Greensburg right now.
And let's do this. Let's go over to, let me bring that back up and show you our other camera, because that camera is going to be positioned right in Greensburg, and I'll pop that up for you. So this is Greensburg right now. From this vantage point, and Sean talked a little bit about this, we haven't seen the surface winds terribly strong. The exception has been when we've had one of these little rotational circulations reach the ground, and then we did see unfortunately, a couple of areas where we're concerned that maybe there was some damage. I believe it was south of Patricksburg, the first one, and then there was a couple of other minor circulations. At the moment, though, no additional confirmation of any type of damage. Some good news there. In the meantime, what they've done is they've now trimmed back this tornado warning to just include Greensburg. So there is still a little bit of a circulation here, just within this comma head of the what we been calling the bookend vortex. I'll explain what I mean by that, because you may be going, what are you talking about? What is that exactly that you mean? First of all, there's a little bit of the top end of this storm complex, and then it extends down almost in a comma shape. It almost looks like a comma shape in some of the brighter returns here. And it's that little spin that you can get that the storms are starting to tap into or continuing to tap into. That's why we have the rotation there. Farther to the south is that flash flood warning that I mentioned. Then this is the only tornado warning that is left at the moment. Lightning has been prolific with some of the earlier storms, but doesn't look as prolific as it once was. It is starting to weaken a bit. That may be a sign that things are improving just a little bit. We know that we're expecting this to weaken a bit as it continues progressing east. Farther to the south and west, there's a bit more lightning, and you're going to really see the lightning pick up once I get closer to Lawrence County and Orange County, where the really strong storm continues to push into the southern part of the state. This is out of our viewing area. What we are most concerned about is this Greensburg area tornado warning that's for Decatur County currently, and that's going to go until 9 p.m. We're going to stay with this.
I've got some spotters down there that are taking shelter in Greensburg, so I'll be able to get us a quick report when this thing blows in. I'll tell you the radar beam height, and this is important. This goes back to what Rob's talking about. The radar beam height from Indianapolis to Greensburg is ballpark about 3,800 feet. So we're not getting a good idea other than when we look at our NDOT cameras. Our radar suggests moving through Greensburg 55 to near 60 miles per hour, at least at that elevation. But we're thus far, and let's hope this holds true, we're not seeing that ground level right now. And so let's hope that trend continues. We can't give you the all clear just yet in Greensburg. Still kind of monitoring a couple of our cameras. I can pop them up here manually, just give you a different vantage point. So this camera actually is along 74, looking toward the southeast, kind of getting into that. Look, this is a big wall of water and gusty wind. Again, to be determined whether or not we're going to see what that radar is telling us aloft if it gets transferred to the ground. But that is what we're going to be looking for. Let me show you a different perspective. So again, this camera's looking toward the southwest. Yeah, heavy rain, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of crazy wind with it yet. A trend that, again, we hope continues here.
And the National Weather Service is saying that their plan is to let that warning expire, which will be at 9 p.m.
Yep.
The mesocyclone is, the spin is still there aloft, but the environment is definitely becoming less favorable the farther east these go.
So I've circled that bright area. Radar, again, 3,500 feet or so, says, yeah, that's coming back to the radar as near 60 mile per hour wind, but you can see from those NDOT cameras that, at least right now, it's not getting to the ground. So that tornado warning will continue, but as Rob and I kind of analyze this, the threat of a tornado seems on the low side, but stay in your spots until this thing can get to your east and we can give you the all clear here.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to stay with this as long as we have the tornado warning in place. Either they will allow this to expire, which will go until 9 p.m., or we will see this canceled early. Now, it is our FCC obligation to make sure that we are alerting folks when we do have a tornado warning. There still have been some reports to our west, but once these moved east, even though we had the warnings, we don't have additional storm reports that come in. These are always delayed just a little bit, but we are going to keep watching those. Right now, this is the only tornado warning that we have left, and it has about 6 minutes left before it expires, maybe 5 or 6 minutes left. We also do still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, and by the way, these severe thunderstorm warnings will have the tornado possible tagging with those, as well as the concern for gusty winds that are over 60 miles per hour. All of that is moving east. Once we get through that, keep in mind there is still also that small flash flood warning that's for the Lake McCoy Dam that I've been telling you about. We do have plenty more flash flood warnings that are farther to the west. In fact, a slew of flash flood warnings. Heavy rain will still be a concern. This still includes Greensburg. We're still watching some minor rotation, but it has gotten much broader than it looked, say, I'd say maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. In fact, you can see it in this, how it really weakened quite a bit. I'll move the map just a little bit north. Pretty bright and intense when it was farther to the left in both the red and the green side of this, but now it's a bit weaker, and that's why the National Weather Service has decided to allow this to expire in at least another 5 minutes or so. Now, once we do leave the air here off of WTHR, again, it is our obligation to make sure we stay with this warning until it's gone completely. We will be over on the WTHR streaming app You can continue to stream us there. We'll continue to follow these. As long as there are severe thunderstorm warnings or any imminent concern, we will make sure we are streaming for you. But for now, the warning remains in place. The National Weather Service is going to allow that to expire. Some lightning with this, not terribly electric. Although some of the storms farther to the south have a little bit more electricity with them. There's another little complex that we've been tracking very quickly. I'm just going to look at that one to see if the velocities are interesting at all. We want to make sure we don't forget anything there. There's a little bit of some minor rotation here, but it is nothing like the rotation that we're maybe seeing. Looks like, again, Sean, every time I look at this, it seems farther to the south and east. There's another bit of rotation. Decatur is in our viewing area. However, the farther east we go from there, not our viewing area. So once it exits Decatur, even if there was a new tornado warning issued here, say for Batesville, we'll be on the stream, but we will not cut into programming like we are obligated to do so when the tornado warning is in place. Still going to watch this kind of muddy looking radar appearance that's happening farther to the south of Columbus in the southern part of Bartholomew County into Jackson County. But things are beginning to improve, I think, Sean. I mean,
Yes.
we're looking pretty good. Outside of this tornado warning that's still ongoing for Greensburg and where we do have a little bit of that new rotation, I think things are improving.
Yeah, and I like I told you, I had some friends in Greensburg giving me some good signals that they're okay. So that's good news there. I would agree with you. Listen, this thing is transferring quickly. We got a kind of a multi-pronged deal now. We've got these little pockets of rotation. That rotation is quickly going to be heading into Cincinnati's coverage area, but just a heads up there if you're over in Franklin or Ripley counties. Flooding, and we tried to address this coming into today. Flooding rain would have a higher chance of impacting you than rotation or a tornado, and that seems to be playing out. And then what we'll do too, Rob, is that we've had a few little stragglers there in Illinois that have prompted tornado warnings. Now we're getting closer to sunset, so we've used up quite a bit of energy, and I was doing looking at some of our wind fields. I would think that this should be the act act. We'll watch that stuff over in Illinois. There still is an impressive wind field over us, but to me it looks like what we're seeing now is some pretty significant supercells, hooks developing out of our viewing area over south central Indiana, and those are heading toward Louisville here. So this is looking good. We got the flooding we know.
Yeah.
This is starting to really kind of turn in our favor, at least here in the Channel 13 viewing area.
All right, so the tornado warning allowed to expire at 9 p.m. We're going to give that another minute or so before it expires. Then we'll send you back to Major League Baseball, which I believe is what's on WTHR at the moment. We still do have that tornado warning in place. It was just allowed to expire. However, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in place. So we're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming, but make sure you join us on the stream where we'll continue to track the storms as they move through central Indiana. And if you could give us maybe a couple minutes to reset. Good evening, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here. Meteorologist Sean Ash also standing by. We continue to track the severe storms that are pushing across parts of central Indiana. Thankfully, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire or are farther to the south out of our viewing area. We still do have a myriad of warnings that we're tracking, both severe thunderstorm warnings with some gusty winds, although admittedly we haven't seen a lot of storm reports come in with gusty winds or even surface winds, but we also have some flooding that we are getting some reports of. We'll kind of dive in and show you what we're seeing. Already we've had some storm reports. These are all within the last 6 hours. Look at all the tornado reports over into Illinois. We had several funnel cloud reports across our southwestern viewing area. As these storms move east, they triggered some warnings, but we haven't seen much more than that, any official reports. Earlier, we had some tornado warnings that were in place for Decatur County. Those have been lifted. Those cells are now pushing east, but we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings. And notice the tagging here. National Weather Service is able to put several different tags on these severe thunderstorm warnings to try to give a heads up. It's still a severe thunderstorm. The concern is for gusty winds up over 60 miles per hour, but occasionally they'll add this wording saying a tornado is possible. Let me see if I can query this, just get you a little bit more information about that particular severe thunderstorm warning. You'll see it pop up over the current boxes, but wind speed 60 miles per hour, that's what they're most concerned about with this one. This is radar indicated. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but the strong winds, the 60 mile per hour winds are radar indicated. Hail has not been a concern with any of the storms that we've seen today. Some of these were producing some hail when they were over into parts of central Illinois, southern part of Illinois, but as they moved east, they just weren't able to tap in to as much cold air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. So we really haven't seen hail become as much of an issue. That's going to go until 9:30 p.m. So another 28 minutes on that one, but we may see that continue to push to the east. And honestly, once we get rid of this severe thunderstorm warning, that will be out of our viewing area. So that one's for Decatur and Rush County with 60 mile per hour winds, also radar indicated, but the tornado possible wording here. This one's going to go until 9:15, so we may only have another 13 minutes here. I will very briefly mention this flash flood warning that's in place. Let me see if it'll pop up. It's the one that's for the Lake McCoy Dam breach that emergency managers did purposefully to unfortunately allow some of the Lake McCoy. They were concerned about the failure there, so they've allowed that to breach, and there's some flooding along the Cobb's Fork stream there. Areas downstream, we're talking Boulevard Road, State Road 46, south and west. The Lake McCoy is on the northern part of that warning, but that's where we still have the concern. Now, there's still quite a signature showing up in Batesville right now, and then several more of these farther to the south. Keep in mind, though, our viewing area extends down to Bartholomew County, does not technically include Jackson County, and once you go east here of Decatur County, does not include areas like Batesville over to the Ohio County line, Ohio State line. Will include areas like Connorsville and over into Richmond and Wayne County, but not looking at any storms at those locations at a moment. Still some heavy rain, several of these little signatures showing up with potentially some gusty winds. And then the farther south you go, we have a pretty strong cell that's tornadic that's moving through just to the south of Paoli, and then another out ahead of that. This is where we've seen the concentration of the strongest tornadoes, where they've been able to tap into an untouched atmosphere. Farther to the north, the signature started getting a little bit muddy because they were tapping into air that had been worked over a little bit. They might have been choked off from some of the stronger dynamics that were a little farther to the south. That is not the case with these a little closer to, say, Louisville, where we have ongoing severe storms with a tornado threat, including one here that is showing up in these pink shades, which means that that's an observed tornado. They have confirmation of either a tornado on the ground someone has seen, or it is being picked up with a debris signature on radar. This, again, is going to be just west of Louisville and continuing to head to the east. Larger picture, one thing that you will notice is that not only do we have the complex of storms moving through, two things actually you'll notice. We have a lot of flash flooding that's happening behind this. So much rain has fallen within these storms. We've had so much rain in many of these locations over the past week or so. The ground may be saturated, and we're seeing some of that flooding. If there's any bit of good news, it may be up and down pretty quickly. That's why it's called flash flooding, but just as quickly as it came up, it may go down just as quickly. And then the other thing you'll notice, something that Sean mentioned when we were on the air, is we have a few cells that are starting to fire back to the west that are starting to go tornadic. And as I move the map here, let me actually move the map just a bit. we may see that because we're using the Indy radar, we're not getting a good view of these, but when I move the map, you'll see that these are probably a little more well-defined once we start using the Central Illinois radar. We'll watch this because what we don't want to see happen is more of these cells develop out behind this in areas that have already been, we've seen storms move through, and we may not necessarily be done. This is something we're going to continue to watch. And Sean, I'd be curious if you've had a chance to analyze any of this over to the west here of what our concern is with the backside of this. Typically, when we get a storm system to move through, once the initial line moves through, there may be some rain behind it, but it's not often that we see redevelopment from cells that have already, in areas that have already been hit, not just today, but I mean, look at Effingham. Effingham was hit by a pretty devastating, I believe it was an EF3.
Yeah.
On Wednesday.
It was EF3, yeah. And so I want to do a couple of things with my computer here, and I was just able off camera to do what kind of atmosphere is ahead of those. I want to start with this. So these are radar rain estimates. I've got 12 hours. The majority of this has happened much quicker than that. I actually probably squeeze it in to about 3 or 4 hours. So the bottom line there, we've had some areas get well over 1 inch per hour. Flash flooding is ongoing, and that's really the big story in our viewing area for right now. Let me show you a couple of things. So we've got the tornado warnings. Some of those are confirmed across south central Indiana. And then let me just show you the slew of warnings that we have. Those dark, red, those are the flash flood warnings. And then what had prompted the several tornado warnings is now over the southeastern corner of the state there, and just outside of our viewing area. I want to show you radar rotation and where it's strongest over the southern part of the state. And then, yes, these cells, and let me show you a different perspective here. So let me show you, this is just typical. So we still have a boundary that's draped over us. Now we've used up a lot of the atmosphere's energy, the storm energy, not the wind energy, because that's what I was able to do off camera. I will tell you the wind field that's over us is still not only a strong wind field, but it's twisting. So there's definitely some spin potential. Now, sunset's coming up, so we're not going to have any additional what we call potential storm energy to build throughout the day. We know that. However, the wind energy is still going to be available. Now, whether or not that's going to create some nuisance rotation overnight, we can't completely rule that out. And we'll just have to see how these storms behave as they get a little bit closer. Another thing I want to point out here too, I want to show you the last 6 hours of storm reports. And so, these things were going gangbusters in Illinois. And we know we definitely have, at minimum, we have one radar confirmed tornado. That was the one near Patricksburg. And that part of the cell is what prompted those additional tornado warnings downstream. We possibly could have a tornado in Bartholomew County. That's a possibility, I assume. Haven't seen damage reports yet, but I would assume if we do get some damage reports, that will be an area they're going to investigate for sure, the Weather Service. And man, tip of the cap to them. They have worked some, listen, when Rob and I are done with radar today, we're not going out and surveying damage, and they are. So I want to commend them. They are working some extremely long hours because they want to get to these damage sites as quick as they can before they would get contaminated by, additional rain or anything like that. So just a tip of the cap. But we've had 70-mile-per-hour wind there in Sullivan from earlier. We know there's been a lot of damage there. And then, as I mentioned, but Rob, listen, we haven't had even as impressive as the radar was from a wind perspective thus far, unless we're going to get some delayed reports, we just haven't had a whole lot of that getting mixed to the ground. And I'm A-OK with that, by the way.
Yeah, it really, it's it's interesting how much wind energy was in the lower levels of the atmosphere, but not right at the surface.
Yeah.
So we really didn't see the winds pick up. Let me reset here and kind of explain what we're going to be doing here. It's now 9:10. Thank you for watching our live WTHR stream. Thankfully, we are not having to cut back into Major League Baseball. I believe the tornado threats for now are at a minimum, and we won't have to do that in the short term. I do want to say that we still are watching several things. One cluster of storms exiting, flash flooding that's still ongoing, and more flash flood warnings that are now being issued, including across Interstate 65 there in Bartholomew County, and then additional tornado warnings and showers and storms that are redeveloping to our west. Those are ones we're going to have to watch. There's the reports that Sean was talking about, including where earlier we had a funnel cloud report, which was very close to where that tornado debris signature was, where we may likely get some confirmation. But no tornado warnings in the area currently. Let me show you the shear tracks over the last 3 hours or so. This is going to show you where the storms were rotating all along that line. One of the cells that we watched, we actually had two of them, one that kind of drifted a little farther to the north and one that stayed a little farther to the south. Those triggered some tornado warnings earlier, and this is the same cell that continues to push into the eastern part of the state. Wouldn't surprise me if we see an additional tornado warning here because it's still holding its circulation even as it pushes east. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the same cell that pushed through Illinois and stayed with circulation for almost an hour, if not 2 hours, across parts of Illinois. That's where the storms have moved through. We still do have severe thunderstorm warnings. These severe thunderstorm warnings do have the tornado possible tagging. This one goes until 9:15. That's this one right here. Because of that, once this cell exits and that severe thunderstorm warning exits, we're going to go off of the stream here, make sure that we can kind of collect all of the things that happened, do a little bit of understanding, communicate with some of our partners to see what has happened, and then prepare for our 11 o'clock newscast, which should be on WTHR. Once that happens, we're still going to try to also get some information about this flash flood warning. This is the one that's in Decatur County. The Lake McCoy is located right here. Let me actually zoom in so I can show you that. You'll be able to see it once I get in real close. This is south and east, really east of Greensburg. I'll take the warning off just so that you can see it. That's the Lake McCoy right there. And because of that, because they've had a breach, they've purposefully breached the dam there from the emergency managers. Flooding across Boulevard Road and State Road 46 was a concern with flash flooding. So that's why the flash flood warning, it's still going to go until 4 a.m. And look, now they've added a lot of rain into this. There's still a lot of heavy rain that's ongoing, and they've received a lot of rain just with over the last 3 hours or so. In addition, there's still some spin out there. A couple of areas that we're still watching. One is just east of that same area where we had the tornadic cell earlier. It's holding on to its rotation. There's one or two here, one here, very weak, one here, very weak. And then once you get to the areas in the south, this is where they're able to tap into a little bit more of the dynamics Sean was talking about. And we'll keep our eyes on those, but those are out of our viewing area. So really, this last severe thunderstorm warning, which has now been allowed to expire, that is it for us with the exception of the flash flooding. Now, Sean and I are going to go analyze a few more things. We're going to try to get a handle on maybe what has happened, if we have any new reports, if we get any new severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, we will be back here both on the stream, or if it's a tornado warning, we will be on WTHR as well. Make sure you're staying safe tonight. Make sure you tune in at 11 o'clock for our WTHR newscast. We'll have a recap of everything that's happened today. Stay safe.